Good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow council members. I want to welcome you all to the October 7th Town Council meeting for this town of Fairfax. And I initially will just let folks know and remind you that we are all participating remotely this evening. And there are multiple ways that you can join us and multiple ways that you can share your public comment tonight. I'm going to read through just a couple of details about that. So you are always able to watch live if you go to the Town of Fairfax, www.townoffairfax.org. That's our website, and you can click watch live and you will be here directly. You can also watch on TV 27, which is the Community Media Center of Marin, who broadcasts all of our meetings. And you can also access the meeting by AT&T channel 99. We are on a Zoom webinar, and all of the information about joining is on the website. You can call in and press star 67 before dialing to hide your phone number. And to provide live public comment tonight, you can use one of the following options. On Zoom, you can select the raise hand icon during the public comment time, and you'll be added to the queue and unmuted when it's your turn. And if you're calling in, please press star 9 during the public comment time, and you'll also be added to the queue and unmuted when it's your turn. Press star 67 before dialing if you would like to hide your phone number. And with that, I would like to call the regular meeting to order. And at the same time, I would like to call the Fairfax Special Town Council meeting to order, so that both of these meetings are now open. And moving forward, we'll have a roll call, and I'll ask Michelle to go ahead and call us out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Member Kohler.
Here.
Council Member Hellman.
Here.
Council Member Reed.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Here.
And Mayor Goddard.
I am here. Thank you, Michelle. And we're going to move forward with the approval of the agenda and the affidavit of posting. And before we go ahead and before I ask for a motion, I'd like to let everyone know that we again have continued number 12, which is the public hearing item. And it is the reason for the continuation is at the request of the appellant. So we will continue this to the November meeting. And with that, I would like to ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. Second.
Who so moved? John? Okay, so we have a motion Reed and second Kohler. And go ahead, Michelle, could you just go ahead and do this roll call for me, please?
Yes, we'll take a vote by roll call. When I call your names, state aye or nay. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Excuse me. Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bruce Ackerman.
Aye.
Mayor Goddard.
Aye. And
That's
moving
all.
forward, we are beginning each of our town council meetings with the land acknowledgement, and the land acknowledgement is as follows. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, current, and emerging.
May I ask just a quick point of order? Thank you for doing that. Do we need a separate motion for the approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting for the special meeting?
I
Or
did
we
not
do that
think so,
together?
but I defer to Garrett on that, or Michelle.
Yes, yes, please.
Right.
So I'll make a motion to approve
Thank
the
you.
agenda and affidavit of posting for the special meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay, so we have motion Kohler and second Reed. And Michelle, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Hellman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
and Mayor Goddard.
Aye.
Thank you. That's all ayes.
Okay, great. And Michelle, I'll go ahead and do the roll calls from here on out so we don't have quite so much back and forth, but thank you. And the meeting protocol states that the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings, and the council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. I always want to read the part about your cell phones, but you can do whatever you like with your cell phones. Town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And next is announcements. And before we do announcements, I would like to take one moment and I would like to check that Camille Esposito, Anne Manis, and Maria Baird are on the call. Are you? If you are and you would like to be seen, can you raise your hand? I see Camille and Maria. Anne, are
Madam
you
Mayor?
there? Yes, ma'am.
I believe Anne is calling in, so she would need to press *9 on her phone.
Okay, Anne, if you are here, could you go ahead and press *9? Okay. Well, I do not see your faces, and that's okay because I know you're out there. I am going to get rid of my virtual background and go to my green screen. And I would like very much to acknowledge these three women. These are our Recreation and Community Services Department. They are a team of three, and they are mighty and hardworking and really unstoppable. This is in the form of an announcement because you at home should have received one of these absolutely wonderful brochures in your mailboxes in the last few days. I wish I could look out in the audience and see who has, because I know I'd see a lot of smiles out there. I want to acknowledge with all of my heart that these three women captured in this recreation brochure the heroes, the sheroes, the artists, the elders, and really most importantly, the resilient spirit of this community and the way we are moving our way through these unprecedented and difficult and painful times. This catalog shows more deeply and magnifies and captures and defines what it is that makes us all proud to call Fairfax our home. And you all deserve an immense amount of credit and kudos and love for putting everything into this. I am so proud to be a member of this town council at this time. And so that's why I asked you to be here. I'd like to say, go ahead and eat your dinner now and know that you have all of our gratitude. And that's it. So thank you all, Anne, Maria, and Camille.
Thank you all.
You.
And now I will come back and find my
There they
screen.
are.
Oh, are they here?
Well, I see Camille and I see Maria's name.
So Garrett just got us in, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Excellent.
I have to say, Anne had a vision to, I know time is short, but Anne really had a vision to honor these times, and it was a big change to do a different catalog this season, which was also a challenge in these times, but really worth it. And I think it paid off. So, and Stephanie Mohan, who, I mean, helps us immensely, that we have an artist in residence who is capturing these times. She has beautiful photos of protests in Marin City. Like, she's really going above and beyond to capture this time, which is hard. So thank her too.
Yes, Stephanie Mohan, I'm sorry. You're right there at the essence of this catalog. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the acknowledgement as well. It took me a minute to figure out how to turn on my camera because it was different than other Zoom meetings here. But I appreciate the support of all of you, council, and I'm very proud to serve this town. And it's with great pleasure and with all of my heart that I continue to do the work that I do. And you all make it worthwhile, as do the people of Fairfax. So thank you again. It's very touching to hear kind words and see the flowers. And like I said, I love serving the community and doing whatever I can for the town. So thanks.
Great. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, and with that, I would like to move on to the announcements, talking about vacancies on boards and commissions. And as always, our applications are available online and at Town Hall. The Climate Action Committee has up to 4 vacancies. The Tree Committee has 1 vacancy. Parks and Recreation Commission has 1 vacancy. Open Space Committee has 1 vacancy. And the Measure F Oversight Committee has 2 vacancies at this point. Reminding everyone that the Fairfax Food Pantry continues to serve the people of this community and beyond. Thank you again to Holly and Larry Bragman for their absolute devotion to this and being there every week. Saturdays, every Saturday, 8:30 to 10:30 at the Fairfax Community Church on the corner of Oak Manor and Sir Francis Drake. And please do make use of that service should you need to. Moving on to open time for public expression. And this is a time to address the council on matters that are not on the agenda. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes and groups to 5 minutes. And just so everyone knows, the council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. And so with that, I would like to open the floor for open time. And Michelle, if you would call folks in order, and we are here to listen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will let you know who the next 3 speakers are so they can be prepared to be called on. And I'll call on the first. Walt Vernon is first, followed by Elias Karkabi and Jody Timms. So, Walt?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Town Council. Can you guys see?
We can't hear
Well,
you.
we can't hear you.
You're unmuted, but you need to turn your volume up or speak closer to the microphone.
Is this working?
No.
Working? Okay, I'm gonna hang up and call back in. So go to the next one.
Okay, come back in.
Okay. The next speaker is Elias Karkabi. I've unmuted you. But you have to yeah.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear
Hi.
me? Let's see, I wanted to start out by saying thank you everybody for being here. It's great to see your faces. I'm gonna talk about what I usually talk about, which is racism in Fairfax. We live in a super racist country. history. And when I hear things like land acknowledgements saying that, we acknowledge that we're living on unceded land and saying that we honor land with gratitude, and I don't see our town doing anything towards that, it feels really disingenuous. It feels extraordinarily disingenuous. I'm looking here at a report put together by Rethink Police. It's saying that 46% of the use of force by police in Fairfax was against Latinx people and Black people, and they only make up 6% of our population. We live in a racist town. It is disingenuous for us to make these kind of land acknowledgements while at the same time committing acts of racism. So while I appreciate that it's a good idea, that it was intended to be genuine, it is disingenuous. And I hope you consider that. There's a very good book written by Layla Saad. Her last name is spelled S-A-A-D. And the book is called White Supremacy and Me. And I understand we're all, indoctrinated in these racist ideas. Not easy to get our heads out of them. So I'm less criticizing and I'm more calling people in so that you can hear our pain as BIPOC and work towards respecting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. And next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Jane Richardson, followed by Michelle. So Jody. Oops.
Good evening, council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. And on behalf of the Commission on Aging, and I wanted to mention a few events that are happening this month. As usual, our Breakfast with Friends is on October 21st. We're also having our annual celebration for everybody who's over 90 in Fairfax on the 24th. We'll be delivering baskets full of flowers. So if you know somebody who's 90 plus, please let us know. I think we've got everybody, but we never know for sure. October 28th, we're also having a forum on Medicare and the changes that are part of 2021 that are coming up. This year, we have 9 strategic goals that we're working on. And the second one focuses on supporting local organizing to strengthen disaster preparedness in our town, and in particular, so we can find and identify vulnerable folks in our community. On behalf of that strategic goal, I'd really like to request that the council consider activating the Citizens Disaster Council. This is an advisory committee that's mandated by town code to be brought into bear on an as-needed basis. And I really believe we're in that situation that this committee is needed now. I've been attending quite a few different disaster councils and VOAD meetings and gatherings around the county. Folks are really trying to organize around preparedness and collaboration with fire, police, schools, businesses, community members, the organizing groups such as Firewise and NRGs and age-friendly communities. And that kind of collaboration is just really, really important now. So I just want to put in a plug and request that be considered, to that group to be reactivated. It's talked about, as you all probably know, on the website, but if folks haven't heard of it before, community members could go to the Town of Fairfax website and read a little bit about it. But I think it's a really important forum. Mayor Kohler called it last year, and I was able to participate and advocate for older adults. And I think it's would be a really helpful forum for everybody. We don't know, we've been through enough disasters. We have plenty of them happening, and we don't know really what's coming. And I think it would be really smart of us to get on the forefront of that and work to prepare ourselves even better, and particularly to learn to better support older adults and folks with access and functional needs in our community. So thank you very much for your time and for all the work that you do on behalf of our citizens.
Thank you so much, Jody. And thanks for that great nudge. Important.
Um,
Next speaker, please.
Actually, I see that Walt Vernon has called back in, so with your permission, Madam Mayor, I would call on him since he had
Please.
some technical issues. Okay.
Yeah.
So Walt, oops, where'd you go? There
I'm
you
here.
are.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, perfect.
All right. I apologize. You know what? I'm actually sitting in a small town in Arizona where I've been doing voter protection all day. So anyway, my internet's a little spotty. And I do want you to know I got off the vice presidential debate to watch you guys, and you're much more interesting. So, and I am representing the Climate Action Committee, so that's 5 minutes, not 3. But I just wanted to talk about a couple of quick things. You know, I read today somewhere that they've coined a new term, that we're now facing an era of gigafires, where the fires have become so large that they are burning more than 1 million acres at a time. I have neighbors who are talking about leaving Fairfax because of the fear of the wildfires, which are clearly a result of the climate crisis that we face. And I applaud, again, the people of Fairfax for the accomplishments to date in dramatically reducing our greenhouse gas emissions since the first climate action plan was created by Vice Mayor Ackerman and others. And I also applaud the climate emergency resolution that you passed last year, suggesting that we need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. To that end, the Climate Action Committee has been working steadily on a new climate action plan. Now that we achieved our last goals early, we want to really make real your aspirations to get us to zero. And so we've had a dedicated committee under the leadership of Jody Timms, who you just heard from, putting that together. And now we'd like to really reach out to the rest of the community and engage in conversation so that all of us can talk about how we can come together and make this happen. So we are scheduling a series of open conversations, climate conversations, starting next Monday night at 6:30. There are announcements about this in the town newsletter on the town calendar. We're going to go through first a little bit about what is a climate action plan and where are our emissions coming from, and just sort of orient ourselves to what are we trying to accomplish. And then over the course of 4 or 5 months, we're going to be talking about different parts of our climate problem, whether it's transportation or building energy or the water and waste in our system, and really brainstorming how can we collectively make a difference. And I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to bring together all of the great ideas of all of the people and create something wonderful. So I hope you will all come. And I'll just have 2 last quick things to say. Number one, we are looking for new members, as you mentioned, Mayor Goddard. And so we have 4 spots and would love to have additional energy on the committee. And the last thing is, I wanted to remind the council that I had requested a couple of months ago through an email that we organize a meeting between the council and the Climate Action Committee and town staff to really come to alignment and understanding, a common understanding of how we want to work together to advance this this existentially important initiative. So thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you so much, Walt. And if I may just shout out that you guys have an excellent survey online. You can access it from the website. It's been in all the newsletters. It is comprehensive, but it's vital that the Climate Action Committee hear from you and that the town know what it is that you want and what it is that each of us needs help with in order to accomplish. So thank you guys for putting that survey out. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jane Richardson, followed by Michelle, followed it by a call-in user, and followed by Valerie Hood. And just to let people know, there are a lot of hands raised and you just have to be patient. I can see the hands raised, but I'm not going to list them all. I just list the the next three so people are prepared to speak. So, Jane, you're on.
Sorry, this is John Romatus. Jane and I share the same computer, so that's why it turned out that way. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time and listening to this. I just want to point out quickly, I was listening to Elios, and I have to say that while, there's freedom of speech, calling the town racist, I have to say something against that. I mean, I hope that you would, utilize critical thinking when taking an accusation like that and looking at, this gentleman is saying that the town is racist, but without specifying any specific action. So before we kind of listen to that kind of thing, I mean, it's like, let's step back and what are we really saying here? I just wanted to get that out there. It was a little bothering because I know this town is not racist. That said, the reason I wanted to speak this evening was because something quite different, actually. I drive to work really early in the morning, and it's very dark out. And I noticed that as I was driving down Bolinas and turning onto Broadway, that the spaces that the restaurants are utilizing in the street, they're very hard to see, and in the dark, in the morning especially. And I would just maybe make a suggestion that they're required to have some sort of reflectors on the side that's facing oncoming traffic, and especially since we are coming into our change of time here, where it's going to get darker. I think that might be a good idea. So, just wanted to throw that out there. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Don, thank you. That's an excellent suggestion and very doable. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michelle, followed by a call-in user, followed by Valerie Hood. Michelle, you're unmuted. You might have to unmute yourself now.
Got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So I understand that the town council has had a lot of burning issues that have needed to be addressed. And I want to really thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you have done on behalf of our town. I really appreciate you. And I totally get that getting the red ribbons on the trees that are scheduled to be cut and letting citizens know about that ahead of time might have been slightly lower on the priority list. But we are a town of tree huggers, or many of us are. And given that there's been some contentious issues regarding trees in the past, I would like to see that whenever there are public trees that are scheduled to be cut, that they should go through the same process as those on private property, which is, going through the tree committee. And I would also like to propose that there be a second opinion when there's something as many trees, a lot of trees that are scheduled to be cut as is happening in, I don't know if there's like 12 of them. I went out to go look at some of them, and some of them are definitely dead and should go. And some may require some trimming, but I am hoping that all of those trees that have those red ribbons are not scheduled to be cut. And if they are, I would like to get a second opinion on that. So yeah, that's my concern. And again, thanks for all you do. And I really, really hope you'll consider that.
Okay, Michelle, thank you so much. And I just want to remind everyone that the item about the trees is on the agenda tonight. We will be getting to consent calendar very soon. So anything that is agendized is not to be spoken in open time, but we hear you, and just for future clarification. All right, next speaker.
The next speaker is call-in user number 2, followed by Valerie Hood, followed by Veronica Goretz. And the call-in user, you are now unmuted. If you're on a phone, you might need to unmute your phone or press *6 on your phone to unmute it. I don't have your phone number. Maybe you don't know that you've been unmuted. Oh,
Can
here you
you
are.
hear me?
Yes.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Thanks.
Okay, great. My name is Florence Schneider, and I'm speaking for a group of us. So I have good news for those who would like to open back up immediately and completely and to feel safe doing so. The evidence supporting source documents that I have to support all of my following statements, I have sent to Fairfax Town Council prior to this meeting. I will not be able to show it to you all here on this call, but I would be happy to email all the source documents links to anyone on this call who wants them. Just send me your email to florencelouise@sbcglobal.net. That's Florence with an E. And I will email them all to you. Okay. So first of all, it's important to know that the current public policy, including the orders and the local emergency supported by the Marin County Board of Supervisors, are being based on unreliable data, also known as PCR test results. It actually, yeah, I asked, and that's what they're basing it on. Okay, so the proof that the PCR test is unreliable is a statement from the CDC itself, which I show, and also this is the results reported by a special committee that was created to deeply investigate the PCR test, which has all documented evidence of stating their unreliability. Okay, so if we don't base our policy and whether there is a local emergency or not on test results, which are unreliable, what do we base things on? We base them on reliable data, which makes sense, huh? So the reliable data historically used for this sort of thing is number of hospitalizations, number in ICUs, and number of deaths. Here's what is going on in that regard. Scrolling down here. Okay, so here's a chart. This is all, by the way, all these charts are from the Marin Health and Human Services website. Anybody can go there and see the data. And I really encourage you to, because it's extremely eye-opening. Wonder why are we closed? Okay, so closed in some regards. So this first chart is actually some more evidence that shows that number of cases, positive tests, it really is irrelevant. One, because the tests are unreliable, and two, just look at this chart. So what you see when you look at the chart is there's two lines at the bottom which are flat. Those lines represent total hospitalizations and total deaths. And then the curve that goes up is the cases, the positive tests. Well, why are they going up? It's because there is testing increasingly, and then it shows that it doesn't matter. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You had said you were part of a group, so I was giving you 5. You have 30 more seconds.
I have
What group is she part of? What's the name of the group?
I have a minute and 10 minutes, 20 now that you interrupted me. So you see that the number of cases has no effect on the bottom lines, which is great. Okay, so currently in the hospital, there's 4 people. And at the peak point, July 7th, that was the peak, July 7th, 145 total this whole time. And super duper interesting information is right here. Total deaths in 8 months has been 95 people. Now, let's look at the age of these people. 12% were 95 years or older. 60% were 80 to 94 years old. 35% were 65 to 79 years old. 3% were 50 to 64 years old. 1% were 19 to 34 years old. Now, of those same 95 people, 80.1% were residents of long-term care facilities. 80% were residents of long-term care facilities. Okay, now if we look at a chart that shows a comparison of deaths this year to comparisons of deaths last year, it looks the same. There's nothing radically different about what's happening in terms of overall deaths of all causes in Marin County this year compared to last year. Okay, now just to look at the United States, the annual death of all cause.
Your time is up. I'm so sorry. We have to mute you.
Yeah, there's less deaths in the United States this year.
Send us your information, all that you've shared with us. Please. Okay. Goodbye. Take care. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Valerie Hood, followed by Veronica Goretz, followed by another call-in listener. Whoops. There?
Hi. You there? You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so Valerie Hood, Fairfax, long-term resident, probably 35 years at this point. I know it's possible to show all the people who are online. I've been on many Zoom calls. Members of the public used to be able to see who was attending, and that's what used to make council meetings a lot more interesting. And I'm really hoping that you guys can upgrade to that. There are a lot of local people that are able to show exactly who's online all the time. If people don't want their faces on, that's one thing, but at least you can see who you're in community with. And I think it's what makes a real community meeting, and we're really lacking that at this point. So I'd really appreciate if you could do that. I also wanted to say I really liked hearing from Elias. I've known him since he was a baby. But I have to say, I totally concur with what John had to say. I hate hearing things like our town is racist. Broad statements like that are really untrue. And I think they foment problems in our town. And I've seen problems that have already occurred in my neighborhood because of it. And I'd really like it to stop. And I'd like council members to help make that stop instead of fomenting it yourselves. All right, another thing that I want to say also is that I totally agree with Michelle and Florence. I have to say I totally agree with you too, and I'd like to have a lot more information on that actually. I'm going to claim time. I'm going to claim by 5 minutes Fairfax tomorrow. So what I would like this council to do, if you can hear me, is a focus on things that matter and that you can do something about, like traffic, bikes, and cars running stop signs and crosswalks on a daily basis, fixing the street, the potholes, the streets and the hills that are cracking that could collapse during the first rain, fixing those overly tall lights that now blaze into people's windows, causing sleeplessness and misery. And I know you've had a lot of calls, and I know you're not taking care of that, and it's been going on for a really long time. Then on top of that, we have the loss of jobs, evacuation preparation, evacuation practice, which we don't do, cutting back on town expenses so that things can be afforded, especially stop with the outside experts and all that stupid money that we're wasting. Start finding people for illegal tree cutting. At $1,000 per tree, you could generate some real cash revenue instead of waving it away at council meetings. Plant trees and encourage homeowners to take care of their trees. The biggest way to actually do something about the heat and greenhouse gases, that is your purview effect, would be to do just that. Start more community gardens, something you talked about but never followed through on. And not just for homeowners with property, which are the vast majority of people already claiming a cheap garden spot by the library, but for all those people who are now living piled up inside of really small apartment complexes with nowhere to plant a garden. So help people figure out how to use their green waste containers instead of throwing it away, and not by punitive measures like the idea you tried before that made everyone so angry. Consider bulk buying by the town to make things like solar panels, backup generators, air purifiers, compost and mulch, fire-resistant trees, garden building materials, heat cooling and heat retention insulation, fireproofing materials. You could actually really help homeowners if you would just focus on it. At this time when people are out of work, they really need help with just about everything. Start doing 2 meetings a month, and don't put everything important at the end of the meeting where you have no public input if you really want to engage with the people as to what matters. Stop promoting luxury homes in the hills like the Wall property that are in a fire corridor, impossible to defend and impossible to evacuate. Tell us in detail about your ResJ committee. Who of these people you are paying actually live in town and what their credentials are? Put it on the website. And tell us where you're going to come up with the money to pay police overtime should we, like surrounding communities, soon need help to help us get out of the hills to safety, especially if there's a fire inferno or a blackout, as has happened in many communities, or when fire struck in the middle of the night when the police and firefighters were needed to go door and door to wake people up, since so many people now take sleeping pills and we're, as they say, dead to the world. We only want them to be sleeping, and people do need help, and you do need that to get some money back to the cops for police overtime. And I'd really like to hear, because you haven't addressed it, just how you plan on doing that. And then back up the findings by the tree committee, those people who spend hours every month instead of ignoring or overriding them. If I thought you'd really do that, I'd apply myself for that position. Be kind to the people who volunteer, not just to the people you agree with. And don't use town resources like the community outreach email to push your own agenda or your run for office.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Your time is up.
That's
you had
fine.
5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is call-in user 2, followed by Veronica Goretz, followed by a call-in user whose number ends in 874. So call-in user 2, I've unmuted you. Can you unmute yourself? You might have to press *6 if your phone doesn't have an unmute.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you.
With all due integrity, I've already had my turn.
Okay, thank you very much for being honest about that.
You bet.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, I was muted. The next speaker is Veronica Goretz, followed by Barbara McVeigh, and after that, Rick Hamer. So Veronica, I've unmuted you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Hi, council members. Hello. Thank you for being here again, for volunteering so much of your time to try your best to make our town as phenomenal as it can be. My heart's beating really fast, as it does before I speak. It's definitely faster in this Zoom way of engaging in our meetings than when we're in person. Seeing that clock tick down does a number on all of us, I think. I just want to say that I agree with Bert's request to consider how we might be able to see who's showing up to the meetings. I understand the nuances of what that might mean in terms of the way that folks can unfortunately misuse videos or screenshots of themselves, but would love to be able to see who's taking the time to really try to have an impact in terms of shaping our town. I want to also clarify that the ResJ committee members, of which I feel very honored to be one of, are not getting paid from town money. We are volunteering, as the council members largely do, but certainly not nearly as much as they do. And simply the facilitator is going to be getting paid. And that feels really important and necessary, not something that should get compared to police budgets. We should be paying the facilitator for the ResJ committee. but I wanted to speak to something that was really disheartening that I saw today. And I'm grateful that my son did not see, my biracial son, which was a Black Lives Matter beautiful piece of art that was left in the center of town in the parkade that had gotten defaced. So I'm anxious about the art proposal that folks have been suggesting for Black Lives Matter, and worried about folks defacing that too. I'm sorry, I think I'm gonna have to cede my time. Sorry.
Take care, Veronica. Thank you so much for showing up.
Thanks.
You want to continue?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Be well. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Barbara McVeigh, followed by Rick Hamer, followed by Deborah Benson. Barbara, I've unmuted you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Barbara.
Hello there. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I wanted to thank the council for your 2018 endorsement, I call it, the proclamation of the Jimmy Carter Jamboree event. If you remember, in 2018, you helped to endorse, you were one of the first 2 cities, I believe, in the nation to endorse such a proclamation for President Jimmy Carter. It is his 96th birthday this month. I want to explain to you what we did this year, because you helped facilitate something that I think is turning out to be very grand. And that was, we had a 2.5 hour program on Marin television. ABC Spencer Christian actually helped to step in to help honor Carter. We included interviews specifically from Dennis Hayes. You might know him. He is the founder and organizer of the first Earth Day. He also is the author of a book called Rays of Hope, Transition to a Post-Petroleum World, which of course was written in 1978. And he gives a stunning interview about a president who tried to stop climate change and summoned the people to step into that. He goes on to explain the incredible efforts they had tried to make and accomplish by the year 2000. The interview is on the jimmycarterjamboree.org. It's very sobering when you look at 40 years of a missed opportunity and a reflection on a president and policies that we really don't talk about anymore today. I think this is opportunity to do so. Former Russian President Mikhail Gorbachev stepped in with a letter to also pay tribute. Many of you may or may not know he's been very involved in the environmental movement with the Green Cross International. For some reason, we don't hear about that. I wonder why. But he gave a very, very stunning letter calling Carter my friend. It's wonderful to see humanity transcend politics, isn't it? Also, additional interview from Redwood Park's Richard Stanger up north. It's wonderful to hear that Jimmy Carter actually helped save the world's tallest tree, Hyperion. It's a redwood tree up north. And what an amazing effort that a president stopped people chopping down trees to recognize something that we do have. I also second that opinion that another person's asked. I know it's on the agenda, but we need more opinions about our redwood trees. We also included people from our Guatemalan community here in Marin County who stepped forward with amazing artwork, as well as people in Marin City, specifically Felicia Gaston, who is a hero in our county and should be recognized by the city of Fairfax. She has helped 3,000 children, mostly in Marin City, but also Marin County, reach opportunities that we otherwise never have had in this county that is pretty white privileged. These children have gone on to Harvard and more. She has a gala this upcoming December for her 30th year. So I wanted to thank you for your efforts in that support in that effort.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks for sharing all this with us. Next speaker, please.
Next is Rick Hamer, followed by Deborah Benson, followed by Audrey Narlock.
Good evening, Council. On September 11th, Governor Gavin Newsom made another public comment about climate change. The over 4 million acres burned by this year's wildfires and climate change remains in the news today. At the September Planning Commission, I made an open time comment about wildfires, climate change, and carbon footprint. 2 hours later, the commission approved an expansion of a modest existing 2-bedroom home into a 5-bedroom, 30-plus foot tall home. The commission had little in its power because it could not identify sufficient findings to make the applicant scale down the project to conform with other homes in the neighborhood or be adverse to climate change. What compromises will all the rest of us in Fairfax have to do to offset the carbon emissions of this new expansive home and any of the other giant homes recently approved? Wildfires are an emergency. Climate change is an emergency. Quoting the Honorable Peter Garrett, "How do we sleep while our beds are burning?" Let these lyrics echo in our collective and elected minds, because as it stands right now, this town can subjectively revise proposals submitted for homes based on aesthetics, harmony, and privacy, but not for carbon gluttony. Empower the Town Planning Commission to demand that homes and buildings be appropriately sized on climate impact too, or at the very least that the proposed project proves it has less of a carbon footprint than whatever it is replacing. How many more out-of-place homes will go up, and how much more compromise will these luxurious homes force upon other townfolk if Fairfax is to meet its climate action goals? The connection between climate change and wildfire is at the top of the news right now. Right now is the time for the town council to get engaged. Right now is the time for the town to engage the rest of the public. It happens to be an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deborah Benson. I've unmuted you, followed by Audrey Narlock.
Hello, Dealey Benson, Deborah Benson. People know me by my nickname as well. I want to say I fully support everything that Rick just said about the home that was recently approved. And we have design review. We used to have a board, but we do have rules to follow, and they go beyond the color of the outside of the house, to approve this monster house in this little neighborhood on a gravel road. Makes no sense to me, but I didn't come here to speak about that. I want to speak again about Cascade Drive. From October 27th, 2001 till February 25th, 2019, that's 18 years, only 2 reported incidents involving speeding on the section of Cascade that's been restriped were reported. 175 Cascade, 11/01, a solo hit embankment. July of 2002, 175 Cascade, driver avoided deer, hit embankment. From 11/19 to 8/20, August of 20, this is after the restriping, 25 incidents have been reported. Paving unsafe, road rage, pedestrian almost being hit by walking, near collision because of the new markings. At the last meeting, Barbara Kohler asked the chief to give his opinion. He said, it's unsafe. It was safer before. He said, fire says it's unsafe. A synonym for unsafe is dangerous. So instead of following the advice of the people who have experience with public safety and evacuation in a wildfire crisis, all 5 of you chose instead to endanger the lives of 2,500 people in the Cascades by ignoring the chief's advice and instead following the advice of the consultant traffic engineer who has no experience in evacuation during wildfire. In the November 2019 town council meeting, Barbara Kohler asked Todd Lando, who was giving a presentation on fire safe, to extrapolate on the $1 million grant and what had been achieved. He said repeatedly that Fire Safe was cutting vegetation from the sides of the road to allow cars to have more space to move away from the center line, to allow fire trucks and equipment to move freely away from the center line. As Chief Moran stated, people are parking where they've never parked before. It's an obstacle course now and very scary. And the parking can't be enforced without a double center line. You know, people are walking 4 abreast. My time's almost up, but on a blind curve, even if you stop, you're in fear of your life that a car or a truck is going to come around the curve head on you, spin you into these people who are walking with a false sense of security. So please give us back our street with the double yellow line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
Next is Audrey Narlock.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Audrey.
Hi. I just want to say I'm sharing a computer too, so my name's Lily. But I just wanted to say a couple people earlier I heard say something that I just felt super wrong about. So this is what I have to say. We do live in a racist country and a town that is also racist and has racism in its history. And identifying and calling out racism does matter, as opposed to what two or so people interjected earlier. I want to say that it's really shameful to hear during the Black Lives Matter movement, local Fairfax residents say that they hate being called racist, because get used to it. That is the fact of the current times that we're living in. We have to call out racism, and it doesn't matter if you hate being called racist. If you are, you have to check yourself. And this town clearly has incidences of racism. I want to say thank you to Veronica for speaking out and making yourself vulnerable for us all to hear your story, because that is a personal account of somebody witnessing something that has racist intention. Defacing a Black Lives Matter poster or art, that has racist intent. And I want to say that paying police for overtime is unnecessary, considering we have an inflated police budget. We need to reevaluate that spending. If we're using cop cars that cost about $25,000 with an extra $5,000 special equipment installed in it, like bulletproof windows and TV computers, whatever inside, to be used as radars on the side of the street, they're not even in use by people. They're just parked on the side of the street. Why are we paying overtime for cops if they can just reuse that money? Like, it's right there. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Next is Richard Applebaum, followed by Julia Ledyard, followed by Jane Richardson. Richard?
Good evening. I'll be very, very brief. This is not a heavy topic. I just wanted to take a brief moment to wish a happy birthday to Frank Egger, who has been a treasured member of the Fairfax community and who has made so many contributions to this town. Many of the things we've come to treasure here in Fairfax are a direct result of the efforts he has made and fought for over the many years. So I just wanted to acknowledge Frank on his birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Happy birthday, Frank. Next speaker, please.
Next is Julia Ledyard, followed by Jane Richardson.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Julia.
Thank you so much for being there, as usual. You guys are made of strong stuff, I have to say. I also want to thank Veronica for calling in and for volunteering her time on the ResJ committee. I'm really glad you're on it. And I'm sorry that your sweet son, or I'm glad your sweet son did not have to witness the defacing of that piece of art, because that's just really sad. I just want to say that I'm still holding hope that the town of Fairfax will consider writing a resolution in support of the Golden Gate Village residents. I know they are working hard to shore up their plan, and the Marin Housing Authority's plan does not have any path to home ownership or to residents building equity, which means the Golden Gate Village will gentrify Marin City, will put more people of color out of our county, making it even more white, and we will continue to benefit from the white systemic supremacy that is in our county, and we have all benefited from it, and we will continue to grow our generational wealth while Black people will not ever be able to. So I'm hoping And I'm really holding out hope that the town council will continue to consider that, writing a resolution. And if anyone would like to support the residents of the Golden Gate Village, please find a little group that you're in and go to yellowletterproject.org and write a letter in support of the residents. I would really appreciate it. That's yellowletterproject.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Next speaker, please.
Next is Jane Richardson. I'm assuming it's Jane this time and not John.
Yes, it is. This time it's me, Jane Richardson Mack, 49 Madrone Road, Fairfax, 40-year resident. I just have to also say, I really don't believe Fairfax is a racist community. Maybe there have been one or two acts like defacing some artwork or political statement that's been posted. That doesn't mean the whole town is racist. It just simply doesn't. We're a good town. We're good people. We don't have to join in with other communities where it is really prominent. There are instances, regular instances of terrible things happening. We don't have a record like that. We really don't. I don't think we have any incident of police brutality. We have a fabulous police department. They need to be respected and honored and supported. I don't believe they need to be painted with the same negative brush as other police departments that haven't behaved as well. So I just want to give a positive shout out to the residents of Fairfax. I'm not racist, and I don't believe my neighbors are, and I don't believe the town is. I don't believe you are. So anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for hearing me, and good night.
Thank you, Jane. Do we have any other speakers, Michelle?
We have one more speaker, and that is Tuna Fish Salem.
Okay. Hi, Sierra.
Hi, guys. How are you? It was a beautiful sunrise this morning. One thing about the smoke, it makes for beautiful sunrises and beautiful sunsets. There's something to appreciate there. Just don't breathe, I guess, but appreciate it. I wanted to say something about just art in downtown and structures. And we get attached to whatever we create or whatever we like, and none of it lasts. We build things, we create things, we make things, and it shifts around and changes. If you look at just about anything that humans have made, fine pieces of art, whatnot, things of high value, the humans have tried to preserve. There's very few things that last more than 50 or 100 years, and maybe a few fragments that last a couple thousand. So just in terms of perspective for us getting, pretty upset and bent out of shape, yeah, it hurts, but at the same time, it's all a process, and we're all turning to dust, and whatever we create, whatever we make, what really lasts. And I also want to say something about this value in all of us, youth, aged, and I see a lot of ageism. I see a lot of younger folks who have the energy and maybe not quite the length of perspective that older people have, and older people who are just kind of grumpy maybe. And I see a lot of fighting there and a lot of crosstalk, and people, rather than trying to understand each other, it's like you're bad and you're bad and you're old and you're young. It's like language gets in the way. And a lot of times I think we actually agree on a lot of things. We just don't understand one another. And you throw in earwax and being hard of thinking and other stuff. More and more I look at how to just not react and how to just be satisfied. I don't know how to do it, but I think the town isn't necessarily racist. I think we've all got our spots, and a lot of it has to do with communication as well as misunderstanding other people who have no intention of being one way or the other, but get taken some way. We don't ask. And we also live in the modern world I think we've evolved to the point where we no longer have to have an issue or reason to fight. We just fight over things rather than asking, we're right, the other side just needs to be fought. And I just like to say, hey, I look forward to having potlucks and less wars and clean air. And have a good evening, guys. Thank you.
Okay, Sierra, thank you. So we're going to move right along.
Madam Mayor, there's one more speaker.
Yes. We have someone here who's going to make a presentation who has to leave the meeting. Brian, if you have something that you really need to share, then of course we're here for you. But if it's not something vital, could we move on, because we're getting into an hour and 10 minutes of open time.
He's lowered his hand,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
I was just going to make a suggestion he could make it later. Yes, the town arborist actually needs to leave. So we were hoping the council can move a consent, and if you're planning to pull item number 6, which has to do with the trees, that will allow the arborist, Ray Moritz, to actually make a brief presentation.
Okay, well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. If you would like to speak later, it's all yours. Council, can we look at consent? And do you have any comments or anything that you'd like to pull? Please say so now. Barbara.
Well, I have a few comments on a few things, but I can hold those, and I would suggest we pull item 6 first and just do that. I'm sure others would like it to be pulled, so I would make a motion to pull item 6 and then take up the rest of the consent calendar after.
Okay.
I'll second that. So item 6 and do it first, and then do the rest of the consent calendar.
That's what I said.
Okay, so we have a motion Kohler and a second Ackerman, and Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Okay, and I vote aye. So let's go ahead and pull number 6, and we'll take it up right now. And we will come back to the rest of consent. And Ray, I thank you very much for your patience, and we're very glad you're here. Could we get a 2-second staff report, please, Garrett, and so that we have context here?
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is just turn it over to Ray and save my comments for him. But basically, we do a report every 3 years. We ask Urban Forestry Associates, Ray's firm, to do an update on trees in the park. We included Dot Egger Park this year. We did ask Ray to kind of share his thoughts a little bit on his assessments and his recommendations definitely related to the tree removals. And so with that, I'd like to just turn it over to Ray, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Ray.
I can't hear him.
No, he's
okay.
still. There we
There
go.
we are. I'm sorry, I have to leave. As a matter of fact, I am going to Sacramento in the morning to inspect where a limb has fallen on a person in a park. He will never walk again, and he will never be the same. I've been thinking a lot about these issues. We take them very seriously. I think there are few, if any, companies more qualified to do risk assessment than ours. We all have degrees in forest science. We all have years of experience, and we all did very well in forest science. We look at trees from a scientific and technical perspective. We do not dislike any species or have some reason we're after a particular species. The list I got from Garrett today, which is taken from our most recent tree inspection, we have inspected the park trees and the parkade trees starting in 2009. We did a full park inspection in 2014, again in 2017, and then again in 2020. And most of the trees on this list, and there are actually only 8 trees on the list, because one of the trees, number 237, started to uproot, targeting the women's club, and had to be taken down on an emergency basis this spring. So there are 8 trees. That we inspected 538 trees. We recommended removal of these 8 trees. That is 1.5% of the total trees inspected. If you read the descriptions of the trees, most of these trees had serious problems in 2014 and again had serious problems in 2017, which we alerted the town to, and in 2020, we recommended their removal. We do not do this work cavalierly. We spend as much time as needed with each tree to make a full assessment, which is not all that easy to do when you're looking up in the canopy. So these trees that have been recommended for removal have serious decay. Some have hollow trunks. One of them failed in the past where the trunk completely broke at 11 feet above grade. It sprouted and now has a mature sprout that is attached to a tube of wood with decay in the center. So these are serious problems with these trees. These trees, if they are not removed, if the risk is not abated, can be a very serious liability. I just completed a case in the town of Alameda where the town wound up having to pay out $4.5 million for a tree that fell on a person. On Saturday, I was asked to do an emergency assessment of a tree that dropped its largest major limb onto a birthday party, killing one, seriously injuring 2, and minor injuries to other members of the party. This is serious business, and we take it seriously. We do not have any feelings about we're going to save this tree and get that other tree in a cavalier manner. We inspect each tree carefully, and we base our decision on the science and technology available to us. We are all certified tree risk assessors, and 2 of us graduated at the top of our class from our respective universities. So we're not unskilled or just guys who picked up a chainsaw and said, I'm an arborist now. We do only consulting. We do not do tree work. We do not profit from saying a tree has to be removed or a tree has to be extensively pruned to assure its stability. And there are many trees in our report where we have recommended extensive pruning to assure their ongoing stability and health. So I would recommend to the town council that you move ahead and have this project completed before the winter storms begin. I would be happy to take questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Ray. So we'll have questions from council first, and then Ray, if you don't mind hanging in for a little while, that would be so helpful. So Barbara.
Yeah, Ray, I see first of all, thank you. And I'm sorry in the past people have impugned your reputation. what I think the staff report talks about 14 trees, and I think what you're speaking to are the trees that are all priority 1, which adds up to 9 if we include tree 237. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there is a tree that is number 2, 149, that has comments that talk about the resistor graph, and it recommends whole tree removal. And I believe some of the other ones that are rated 2 or 3, you would recommend that they be removed, but are you thinking that it would be better to take care of these ones that are in imminent danger and then potentially take more time with those ones that you're also recommending for removal but are lower priority? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just one thing I want to add. I remember in December 2019 when somebody was killed in Muir Woods, a hiker from a tree falling on them. That was just a few months ago. So I agree with you. These things can be really dangerous, and we do love our trees, but we also don't want people killed or kids in Perry Park killed.
Hey,
So
Barbara, can you go back to the point that you were making, the priority?
Yeah, so I will. Thank you. So the priorities, so the trees that are on the proposed tree removal list that we were given as a supplement and is online, actually adds up to 14 trees. But if you look at the 2020 priority, so some of those have a 1, and those would be the highest priority. And then a few of those have, so if there was a total of 14 and Ray's talking about you take 9 off of there because 1 was already removed, you're talking about 5 more that are either rated 2 or 3 priority. Do you see that in that list?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was, I'm not as familiar with these kind of terms, but I understand that priority 1 is the highest threat, and that's was my question.
So what would the treatment be for that interim period if you weren't removing it? You're recommending, sorry, it's not my time to talk, but I'm curious.
So here's my suggestion is that we listen to public comment, but we also listen to our expert who's saying these are imminent threats, number 1. But the 2s and 3s on that list, potentially we take those to the tree committee where Ray can talk more to the tree committee about why he's recommending removals for the ones that say 2 and 3. That's my thought.
So before we come back and
and I know that's more deliberation, so I apologize.
Does anyone else have any questions, or Stephanie, did you want to finish up?
Yeah, I just have really quick. Thank you, Barbara. That was helpful. Ray, it's nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. Just really quick, why is there any perception that why are you associated with firms that do removal?
We are not associated with firms that do removal. Our firm is a consulting firm. We've been doing consulting. Well, I've been doing consulting for 43 years in Marin County. But I started my own firm in 1989. And we do only consulting. If a client asks us for recommendations of companies that do tree work, we do make recommendations for particular companies, and Fairfax has some very good tree companies, Fairfax and the immediate area. But we do not do tree work, and we are not associated with a tree work company.
Okay, and is it a true statement that your philosophy would be to make recommendations to save the tree at all costs? Is that something that any arborist in your field? Is that, I mean,
You will see if you look at the full report,
yeah.
you would see that the vast majority of trees our recommendations are to mitigate risk
Mhm.
rather than abate it. And these trees that are rated #1 priority, we consider those an imminent risk. Those are trees that could fall at any time. And given the vagaries of weather and winds and whatnot, could fall tomorrow.
Mhm.
We don't know exactly, but they could fall at any time. Trees with a lower priority are trees that we do not consider an imminent risk, but they may also be trees that are threatening other trees. Well, in those cases, we value the other trees and we don't want to see a tree fall and damage a whole bunch of trees. But if it's not an imminent risk to people or property, we do not give it a #1 rating.
And for the other communities that you have worked with, and I know there are several, how typical is it to get a second opinion?
We, in several of the communities that we work with, I might also mention we work for the State Attorney General's office, for Caltrans, and for CAL FIRE. So we don't just work for communities. And we also do all of the risk assessment for the Marin County Department of Public Works Roads Division. So we do this type of work for a lot of different public entities, as well as private. These other communities that we work with often have us do the second opinion if they feel a second opinion is needed, in particular Mill Valley. So a second opinion should only be done by a person who is a qualified tree risk assessor, who has that credential. The International Society of Arboriculture no longer considers a certified arborist to be qualified to do risk assessment, that it requires an understanding of the biomechanics of trees, which the average arborist does not have the educational background to do. If you want to get a second opinion, then you need to have it done by a qualified tree risk assessor. And I would suggest, in addition, it would be important for a person to have a degree in forest sciences where they have studied stress and statics of tree stresses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? I have a question. Oh, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, number of trees have ribbons around them around town. And did your firm do that, or did the town do that relative to the map? I see Garrett's.
So yeah, so how it worked is I asked Public Works just to put the ribbons around the trees. They actually couldn't find 4 of them, but apparently one of them's already gone. And then what we're going to do is we were going to ask Ray to confirm, because it's kind of hard. Some trees don't have tags. It's hard to read, and we just want to confirm we have it on. I think we have a problem maybe with one of the trees, but no, Ray's firm did not do it. Staff did.
Okay, because I was out, kind of ground proofing, and I found a tree that's not on the report at all. I guess it's number
316.
316, I think. And anyway, it has a red ribbon on it. And I guess that calls into we should be sure we're marking the right trees and and what the different markings mean. So there's an adjacent tree to the one that appears to be mismarked that was just called out for removing one of the two top forks on it.
I think we were trying to look for tree 318, which is on the list. It was put on 316 because the 6 and 8 look the same. But that's why we're going to ask Ray to confirm once we.
Yeah, I mean, it causes confusion for the public and, well, frankly, for council members trying to figure out what's going on too. So that's my only question.
Okay. Anyone else?
No question.
Yeah, I just real quick, Garrett, I had the same question, and I think it's one of the trees that's in a really, really important spot, and there's some of the most mature of the trees that have been inspected here. So that's a tree that we really need to get some clarity on. It stems from one trunk. There's a sort of U or saddle between them, and it's bound, or the ribbon is bound around 316. If I read the tag correctly. So that's a really important one that I think caused a lot of fear in the community. So we'll take a look at that. Garrett, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just gonna point out, for one, is I don't know how long Ray can stay on, if he can stay on through the public comment. If not, I just wanted to point out for staff, our highest priority really was to take a look at the number ones, trees with the highest priorities, because that's something that we really think it needs to be addressed. And we wanted to make sure the questions the council had while Ray is here is really focused on all tree number ones, because those are of the highest interest. 2s and 3s, like you said, we could ask the arborists come back to the tree committee. We have some time. They're in less populated areas. Maybe they're not as great of a risk, but tree number ones are our greatest concern.
Okay, great. We're going to go out to the public. Ray, do you need to take off?
Yeah, I have to prepare for this inspection tomorrow and drive to Sacramento early in the morning. So unfortunately, I didn't know about that till this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so I'm going to have to.
No problem. What, Garrett?
One last question for Ray. In terms of, just one point of council, Ray is the one that conducts our peer reviews. And so, I don't know, it seemed to me it'd be a little odd. We asked him to review all the arborist report, and then we get an arborist to review his. But the question for Ray I had was, for the other towns that you do your work, have they asked other arborists to review what you've done? And if so, it'd be good to know who that was.
No, I've never had that happen. But I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, because we do it ourselves. We peer review other arborists' work for 2 towns. And, but I'm certainly not opposed to it. I'm just suggesting that if you have a peer review done, that it be done by an equally qualified party.
Okay. Ray, thank you so much for taking your time, and good luck on the work tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch.
Thank you, Ray. Good to see you.
Bye.
Okay. Good night. So Michelle, let's go ahead and go out to public comment about just this item number 6.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Karen Bagley, Lisa Hunt, and Peter Lax. And I have unmuted Karen Bagley. You'll have to unmute yourself. Oh, there you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Katz.
Hi there, good evening. It may be a little soon, but I was hoping to speak to agenda number 10, item number 10 on the agenda.
As we cannot do that at this point. I know that it's going to be late, but
Yes.
we're on number 6 and we can't jump out of order.
Okay, can I submit in writing a comment?
Of course. You may, but it won't be read at tonight's meeting, but it will go on the record and it will come to each of us.
Okay, all right, well, let's hope it hurries along.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katz. Good night. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Hunt. You're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Lisa.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions regarding these trees. The first is, has this proposal gone to the tree committee? No, it hasn't. Will it go to the tree committee? I mean, as I understand, that's the protocol where it goes to the tree committee and then everything gets approved or not approved or whatever.
So Garrett, could you come on to the call?
I mean,
no, Lisa, I just want to make sure that we are doing this, properly by protocol. So it seems to me, Garrett, that we're going to have a lot of questions in public comment. So how would you like to handle that? My recommendation is that we take note of all the questions that come to us, and we listen to everyone in public comment time. We come back, and if there are things that we need to clarify and questions that you want answered, and we all want answered, we will provide those answers. But we do not have our expert on the call. So I hesitate to have different council members nodding their head on things when each thing obviously takes more explanation. But this is not to avoid your questions. So Garrett, can we please take note?
Okay.
Okay, and if there are questions that you can answer, then please go ahead. Although we will not, just for the public, we won't be doing a long dialogue back and forth because we need to keep this efficient, but we will take note.
Yep. I totally understand. Thank you. So that is a question that could be addressed if it has gone to the tree committee. The second issue, my biggest concern is that in the last 6 to 10 years, or every 3 years, there's an evaluation of these trees, and it appears that there's constantly trees being removed. And I totally understand the necessity for removing trees as a danger, and if they're harmful, but we need to confirm that there is in fact imminent danger, or these trees are dead and they need to be removed. And I would strongly recommend a second opinion on this. I feel as if these trees in this park are just a part of the park's presence, and to just see rapid removal of them without confirmation and validity is a big concern. So that's all for me. I'm on Zoom calls all the time, so I'll keep it short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing many hands raised, and everyone obviously will have their chance to speak. I would like to request that if you have heard something that you're going to say repeated multiple times before you speak, could you please curb your comments to take shorter amount of time? As you can see, the meeting is speeding along. So that's my request of everyone. Take only the time you need, please. Okay, next speaker.
The next speaker is Peter Lax, followed by Dee Lee, followed by Jane Richardson. Hi, Peter, you're on. You'll have to unmute yourself.
We're anxiously waiting for you, Peter. Perhaps we should move on, and Peter will get himself connected. We'll come back.
Okay. The next speaker is Dee Lee. You're unmuted.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Hi. Ely Deborah Benson. I'm a member of the tree committee, and I'm sad to hear that people have been disparaging Ray Moritz' reputation. I have nothing but the utmost respect for him and his work. But regarding these trees being taken out, we have an ordinance that says that any tree that's going to be substantially altered or removed has to come before the tree committee. That no one, not even a town official, can order a tree to be taken out without coming before the tree committee, unless there's an imminent danger, an emergency. So Barbara mentioned that as an action that might be taken, the trees that are labeled number 1 high priority might be taken out. I would not like that to be set as a precedent. But at this point, it might be a way to come to consensus or a compromise, and have the other trees come before the tree committee, because we need to have the town set an example for the residents. I hear chainsaws going down all the time in the neighborhood where I know that there have not been permits issued. And I think a second opinion might be, although I respect Ray's work completely, a second opinion or a more detailed report on these trees might be a good idea. In the tree committee, when we see arborist reports, Ray's included, urban forestry's included, we see great detail in why you might want to take out a tree. So I really think we need to follow the ordinance. These trees need to come before the tree committee if one is really an imminent danger to people or buildings. Then the director, Ben Berto, has the authority to declare an emergency tree removal. But unless that's the case, we need to follow the ordinance and set an example. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Deborah. I really appreciate your input. Next speaker, please.
Next is Peter Lax. Looks like his microphone is on.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Peter.
Great. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. I've been hiding out like Joe Biden in my basement. All kidding aside, the importance of public safety just can't be stressed enough. Nobody wants to see a tree taken down, but we're talking about trees in a public park. You really have to weigh the risks versus the benefits. And it's such a high risk to have a tree fall in a public park. So I really want to stress that. I think, and I also have found Ray Moritz to be extremely credible and very fastidious and very much in favor of trying to save trees as much as possible. And his report goes into a lot of detail about measures that could be taken to preserve trees where necessary. But I would err on the side of caution, and if a tree is rated as an imminent danger, and especially if it's in a high-risk area, I would heed that, and that has to be the number one priority. Along those lines, there were a couple of trees that were noted in the June 1st report, number 136 and 137, some live oaks that were in the playground area that I didn't see in the supplemental staff report citing them for removal. And those trees, I'd like to know, first of all, the status of those trees, if those have been, they've been removed already, or what, because those strike me as the most dangerous. They're right over the playground equipment. Those trees are prone to failure. And if a log snapped off and crushed a child, that would just be absolutely catastrophic. So those items, 136 and 137, caught my attention, and was just wondering if what the status is of those items.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. I don't think we have it in front of us, but we have the entire inventory and the maintenance list. And so it is all on the website, but we'll write that down and get that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your input. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next is Jane Richardson, followed by Tuna Fish Salen, followed by Valerie Hood.
Okay.
Hi, John Romatus here, a member of the tree committee. Good evening again, Mayor Goddard and council members. I'm a member of the tree committee, and I would like you to write down these two code sections of our town code, 8.36.050 and 8.36.120. So I'll just quickly read what it says, that any person or entity, whatever, including the town or agent or employee of any such person desiring to remove or alter one or more trees on any parcel in the town shall apply in writing to the director, which is Ben Berto, for permission to remove or alter the particular tree or trees. And thereby, that means they must go get a permit application to remove the tree, with the exception of emergency tree removal. And like, as I said, I highly respect Ray Moritz and his company. I've seen his arborist reports and they're very thorough. I just would hope that you would stick to protocol and stick to the regulations that, and I'll read emergency tree removal, where the condition or location of a tree constitutes an emergency, the tree may be removed immediately by permission of the director or by any officer of the police or fire departments, the director of public works, or any member of the committee. The director shall give priority of inspection of those requests based on hazard or danger. As soon as reasonably possible, the director or other officer who received the request shall notify the members of the committee by email or telephone that the request has been received. So what I'm getting at is that, we just don't want to leave the tree committee out of the equation here. We do need to look at these things, and I just wanted to put that out there for your consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John, and thank you for your service on the committee. Next speaker, please.
Next is Tuna Fish Salin, followed by Valerie Hood, followed by Frank Egger.
Hi, guys. You can hear me?
Yep.
I think the whole deal has to do with the word risk assessment. Nobody wants to lose any trees. Trees are beautiful. They hold the soil, they oxygenate the air, they cool the planet. Basically, without trees, we'd all be dead. But in terms of risk assessment, has anybody ever picked up a log or a piece of a tree or a piece of a stump, like as big as your leg, and tried to lift it over your head? And has it made an impression on you just how heavy a small piece of wood is? And then you could take like an oak or something as big as our body is tall in diameter, and that's a lot of weight. It's a ton of weight, and you throw a bunch of winds into it. You don't want to get hit by a tree. Unfortunately, I've got some experience with death by tree, and it's unexpected. It's out of the blue. It's traumatic. It's not something you think about. I wouldn't recommend the experience of, being in a lawsuit for 2 years and dealing with all kinds of stuff over a tree falling down and killing somebody. It's pretty final, and it's pretty traumatic. Anyway, Ray knows his stuff, and it comes down to risk assessment. And as far as taking trees down, we need to continually keep planting more trees. It's like trees have a lifespan. They grow up, they hollow out, they fall down, they die. But we need to keep planting them. And we haven't been real good about planting trees for a while, just like we haven't been too good about having continual fires. There's a great story that was in one of the Whole Earth catalogs. It was called The Man Who Planted Trees. If you want to read a good story about environmental repair and taking like clear cut in places with no water and no life and bringing them back to life, plant trees. Anyway, The Man Who Planted Trees, Elzéar Bouffier, and it's about risk assessment. Trees do come down. You don't know when. Might be today, might be tomorrow. But if they're in a public place right next to your house, you might want to think about it, because that is a lot of weight. And when they do come down, they go boom. Good luck, and thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sierra. Next speaker, please.
Next is Valerie Hood, followed by Frank Egger, followed by Rebecca.
Okay, hi, thank you again. So we were told that many of the trees in the parkade were an imminent threat right off the bat. And it feels sort of like a fear tactic to start off that way. I think we have enough fear going on. Maybe there's a better way to approach this topic than that. Now that the trees are circled, the public can actually go and see. But they weren't circled for a very long time. There were not ribbons, and that protocol was not followed. And I know that there were very many calls begging for the ribbons to be placed on so that the public could actually see. So now that they have been circled and we can go down and see, I think that's good, but I really do hope you can talk to Garrett about that. I think that was really up to him to take care of that, and it was not done properly. You know, the problem for us as the public is we've been here before with you guys. So we were told that many trees in the parkade were an imminent threat and imminent this and imminent that. And it turned out a lot of that was utter BS. And thanks to the public, we intervened and we stopped you guys from cutting down. I'm not going to say Stephanie, she was not on the committee, on the council at that time, but the rest of you were involved in this, okay? And so there isn't a lot of public trust. There's not a lot, we're not even sure really, you know, like what all the conversations are with Ray, because Ray was pushing y'all to take down a lot of trees that have proven to be quite beautiful, quite healthy, and doing just fine. And in fact, what we found out when we had somebody actually jump the barrier and take photos was that the town was having trucks run right over the tree roots and actually destroying the trees. And we took lots of photos of that. We outed you guys on Nextdoor and we stopped it. Then I saw you guys gave yourself a plaque to kind of congratulate yourselves. So haven't really visited that before, but that was kind of a pain. So, you know, the thing is that we don't want trees slaughtered and we don't want excess trees taken down. And you guys have a long way to go to get yourself back in a trust position. So I just want to say that you brought this on yourselves. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Next is Frank Egger, followed by Rebecca, followed by Barbara McVeigh. Frank, I've unmuted you.
Very good. Thank you. Frank Egger, 13 Meadow Way.
Good evening.
I'm speaking tonight for Safe Fairfax. For years, Fairfax has had a public process for removing public trees. Please continue this item and direct the tree removal program to the tree committee for a recommendation. A number of the redwoods to be removed are large. There are photos on Only in Fairfax and Save Fairfax Facebook pages. The red ribbons just went on this afternoon, giving residents of Fairfax almost no time at all to inspect the trees proposed for removal. The redwoods in Fairfax Park are under 5 years of drought stress. The redwood bases around Perry Park have been stripped of third growth saplings and shoots. This action has damaged the redwoods. There is one 36-inch diameter redwood at the corner of Blenus and Elsie that we saved 50 years ago. Fairfax must protect its urban redwood forest. Redwood trees are not fire hazards. Please forward this proposal to the tree committee. I'll give you a little anomaly. I have the best physicians in Marin County, but if my doctor tells me I have an incurable disease and will die, I guarantee you, I'll definitely seek a second opinion. Give our redwood urban forest a chance. Water and feeding during drought does miracles. Trees enhance carbon sequestration. Placing this important community issue on the consent calendar is not appropriate. What is the replacement plan? Anyway, please be cautious. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Frank, and happy birthday. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rebecca, followed by Barbara McVeigh, and that's it. Rebecca?
Hi, it's Rebecca. I live on Monte Vista Road in Fairfax, and I was listening already, but I live on a fairly large property. I've had my own trials and tribulations with trees, and I have tremendous respect for Ray. I've seen him in other presentations. I used to do landscaping for a living, and I have had one tree, an enormous bay that came down and almost killed my neighbor when he went out to get his newspaper. I've had other trees that just cracked and came down, 2 trees that came down not on a neighbor, but in their backyard, trees that I was told that were okay. And, there's a lot of sudden oak death. When the wind blows, I just find myself praying that there's not going to be more trees come down. So I just, I trust you guys. I trust Ray. Having gone through those experiences of, when you hear a tree come down, it is terrifying. And knowing that my neighbor was almost killed just going out to get the newspaper, by a tree that I had no idea had a problem. I don't understand waiting, frankly. I love trees. I live with the trees. We all live in Fairfax. We all love trees, but we don't want anybody to get hurt. So I just support you guys making good, sound, common sense decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Nice to hear your voice. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, I was on mute. The next speaker is Barbara McVeigh, followed by Jane Richardson. And I have a call-in user who said her hand is raised, but I don't see her on here. She needs to press star 9 to raise her hand. Okay. Barbara, you're unmuted.
Great, thank you. Yes, we do love our trees here in Fairfax, and that's why most of us have moved here. And I think also try to be the best stewards that we can. This is not an easy conversation, but there's some element that we're not talking about, and that is the nature of redwood trees and the way that they work with one another. Very shallow roots, as we all know, maintaining the ground and keeping a strong structure of the ground, but they also work with one another. You remove one redwood tree, it starts to inhibit the strength of the other trees and makes them more vulnerable. And I would very much like to hear Ray's comment about that. You remove one tree of a redwood. How much does that impact all of those other redwood trees, make them vulnerable to either disease, strength, and public safety as well? So I'd really like to hear an answer about that and what his opinion is and his report specifically about that for any tree, redwood tree, that is removed. Another reminder that these trees maintain temperature. They keep the area cool. They also bring in moisture and keep the ground moist. These are so essential as part of the ecosystem right here, just in our own downtown area. Of course, safety is an important issue, but let's remember our 2,000-year-old redwood tree up in Northern California. These things are very strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jane Richardson, followed by Chance Cutrano. Oops.
Hello again. Thank you for taking my statement here. I just want to reiterate that I do think it's terribly important to stick with the protocol, the precedent that trees are being major altered or being removed really should come through the tree committee. We're happy to do it. That's what we do. And it would, I think, make people a lot more comfortable to think that there were more than one pair of eyeballs on all these trees and what's going to happen to them. Also, we are now authorized to do the emergency tree permits. So we could be the ones to look at those also. It's not that I doubt Ray Moritz of Urban Forestry. I have the highest respect and regard for him. I know him. He's a fine man and I respect his opinion. But I don't think it's a good idea to go against procedure, proper procedure and protocol. It's written. This is how it should be. I think it'll help the people of the town trust how things go rather than another time a radical move happens and the next thing, bam, boom, something got done and the people didn't have a chance to weigh in or anything. The first step, I think, would be to make sure that they are all properly ribboned and that they're color coded. So there's like red for the emergency tree removal, yellow, green, whatever, on down the line of priority. The other thing too is these trees really need regular maintenance by authorized arborists. I've seen in the past, it was a while ago, but there was some terrible hacking going on of the former trees on the parkade. So you can't just hire any old tree cutting outfit, maybe because they give a good deal. We should have Ray recommend somebody who's not just a tree cutter, but an arborist, so that they cut the trees in a way that they're safe, they're beautiful, they're healthy. And nobody can predict or guarantee a tree's safety. It just simply can't be done. So this is a radical thought, but I mean, is it really practical to have a playground in the midst of a lot of big trees? Does that mean in order to make the children safe, all the trees really have to be removed? Or maybe it would be better to move the children to a place where it's safe, where there aren't trees hanging over them, or put a shelter over them. I don't know, find a solution other than robbing us of our trees. Safety pruning, I mean, I would go after that constantly. And the other one is replacement of trees. I think that's terribly important. We're losing so many trees now because of the fear of fire safety. And we see it, I hear it, it's constant, it's non-stopping every single day. I'm sure all of you hear the buzzsaws, it hurts. And they clean our air with all this smoke that we're breathing. If we didn't have all these lovely trees to help us out, we'd be in a big problem. So I think that's what I wanted to say, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Next speaker, please.
Next is Chance Cutrano.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, I was out there earlier with John Reed and Frank Egger looking at some of the trees, but one of them, the one at Bolinas. And, I agree with John and Jane about folding the tree committee into these decisions. If there are mistakes, like we saw with tree number 316, a second individual would be able to catch that. It's part of that measure twice, cut once methodology, right? Or, better yet, don't cut it all if we can manage it, of course. But I also really like Jane's idea about color coding, so the public is aware of the particular treatment. And they aren't led to believe that every single tree is necessarily being removed. I think it can kind of get confusing. And we saw that today and on social media, there's a lot of speculation about what was actually being done. So I concur with that. And the other thing I wanted to say is I recognize the liability of some of these dead trees in our parks. There were definitely some that were clearly dead and very large. As we remove dead trees and limbs and other decaying organic matter, I want to flag, similar to what Frank said, that we need to be nurturing our living trees to ensure proper nutrient cycling. I think Barbara raised some good points about soil stability and the vitality of neighboring trees as we begin to understand more about how interconnected trees are. So those are just two of those initial comments. The third I might say is, when I looked at the map of the trees, I was wondering how frequently we updated that map. If it was updated more frequently, then we hire Ray's firm to do these assessments, or who does that updating? I don't know if that's a task of the tree committee, but if that were updated more frequently, it'd be good to have a better sense of when trees are being removed and being able to map that with GIS easily. So yeah, those are my comments. Thank you very much.
All righty, thank you, Chance. Are there any other speakers, Michelle?
Yes, we have Brian Poindexter.
Hi, Brian.
Hello, Town Council. I'd like to just maybe offer some comments from before, now that I've made space for this conversation. So this is referencing the public comment section, and I specifically want to pick up on comments that are suggesting that Fairfax is not a racist town. First thing I'd like to say on this point, I think expressed by John Richardson and Jane Richardson and by Valerie Hood, is just gratitude for voicing something that I think is a sentiment that that resonates across this town. I do personally disagree with it, and I want to make that I want to offer maybe a different way of looking at it by way of analogy to how we think about environmental stewardship, because that's clearly something very important, as we've seen in the conversation that just unfolded. So the thing I want to say first of all is that when it comes to racism, like with climate, intent is less important than effect. So a coal burning power plant, for instance, intends to produce electricity, not to emit carbon. They might say that they emit carbon as a result of generating electricity. But from an environmentalist perspective, we would still say that's an environmentally damaging activity. And then the second thing that I want to add is that if we don't acknowledge facts when they're presented, when it comes to climate change, we would call folks climate deniers, and we would say that they're standing in the way of progress. And by way of analogy, if we turn to the issue of racism, it doesn't matter necessarily whether our intents town-wide are racist. If they have racist effects, then we call it racist behavior. And I think that's just something I wanted to offer as a clarification when folks are saying this town is racist. And likewise, if we are presented with facts that racist outcomes are happening in this town, and we deny those, then we are racism deniers. So when we hear facts like those that Elias presented, that 46% of our use of force incidents in Fairfax are happening to people of color, when they represent 6% of the town, we have clear evidence of racist outcomes. Because intents are less important than outcomes for deciding when things are racist, then we know that this town is racist. And if we deny those facts, then we are being racism deniers. So I hope that's helpful in understanding where our activist community is coming from folks like Jane and John and Valerie. I suspect that y'all are really good intentioned folks. I see that you're really involved citizens, and I appreciate your role in this town. And I hope that brief 3 minutes is helpful for understanding where these voices are coming from. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, thank you. And just for clarification for everyone listening, Brian was cut off when we started this item number 6, and so he was allowed his public comment, his open time public comment at this point. And so I see that we have no more public comment for item number 6, so let's bring it back to council.
Madam Mayor, I do see 2 more hands. Do you see them?
One more.
Okay, so let's go back and finish with this final.
2.
Okay, let's have this be the final comment, and so that we can continue with the meeting.
Oh, I see what, yeah. Okay. Sorry, there is only one more. I was counting Brian's hand.
Okay, great.
Mark Bell.
Okay.
You are unmuted.
I'd like to open a line of discussion that was kind of breached on the trees on the parkade and is coming to light once again. You say that you hold Ray in high regard and you listen to what he says. Well, I think he said like 9 years before, when we were talking about the parkade, that the trees needed some major work, but nothing happened to help their health. We're looking at trees who are redwood trees, and I think the life expectancy of a redwood tree is normally, somewhere between 400 and 2,000 years if it doesn't get cut or hit by lightning. And even that lightning won't necessarily take it out. So he said he did a report 3 years ago and that there were some issues with the trees. Did something happen with that? Did somebody do something to help the health of the trees? How about 6 years ago when he did his previous report? Were the trees totally fine at that point? If not, did he have some recommendation of treatment to bring them into health? Isn't this why the town manager is there and the town council, to keep the upkeep of the importance of what the residents feel really makes up this town? So I'm just kind of confused. How about 9 years ago? Were the trees in perfect condition then? Supposedly, you're the people who are guiding this. Several of you have been on the council all of this time. Manager Toy has been there all of this time. So if 9 years ago there was an issue with the trees and it was dealt with, maybe these trees would be perfectly fine right now. Why is it that it's always a last minute thing? Why were the trees in the parkade a last minute thing to clear cut all of them, and then it got backed off because of the public outcry? Why was it the last minute thing even about the parkade grant when you had 7 years to work on it, and it came to a meeting on December 31st at 4 p.m. when virtually nobody could go? How come, we hear about, 5G and you're totally on top of it, but there has to be a last minute emergency meeting to get in under a deadline? I mean, I don't know. This just seems to keep going on and on. Maybe you have an answer for this, but I don't think you do, because most of you have been there long enough that you should already have an answer for the public. That's all I have.
All righty. Thank you, Mark. And I think that we had said that would be the last.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
there is a caller who's been trying to get through, and she finally made it. Could we allow her to speak?
By all means, go for it.
Okay. Thank you. So call in user. I have unmuted you, and now you have to unmute your phone. Either you have a button on it that allows you to do that, or you can press *6.
Okay, thank you. Hi, sorry, I'm at the end. It took me 20 minutes to figure this out. This is Kathy Flores. And I agree with Valerie that a tier tactic is being used, and also what Deborah, Jane, and Mark had to say. Once again, we have to defend our trees in Fairfax. Garrett Toy and Ray Moritz deem that some trees in our park are hazardous. This is interesting because the same scenario happened about 3 years ago in front of Town Council member Bruce Ackerman's house on Bolinas Avenue. At that time, Deborah Benson and I spoke at length to Garrett about this, how this played out, and how the town is responsible to submit a tree application and tie a ribbon around the trees that are not in imminent danger of falling. Mr. Toy profusely apologized, said he understood, and said he would never do this again. Well, this happened once again with the parquet trees. Thankfully, some of us fought and saved some of these beautiful, healthy shade trees that were said to be diseased and going to fall over at any time. Now, Garrett Toy is trying to pull another fast one without going through the proper protocol that he had promised. He again wants to remove trees from our healthy parks, and not to say that they're not, but he's not doing it through the proper protocol. He knows what to do and is not doing it, and it just makes people very angry. At least it makes me angry. First of all, none of these trees had ribbons tied around them as of mid this morning. There were 3 of us. We went out there, no ribbons around the trees. I hear that they do now, and perhaps that happened after I sent Garrett Toy an email after I saw that there weren't any. There is an attached map to the staff report, but it is so small when you're out looking at the trees on your cell phone that you could hardly read the metal labels. And when you have to get down on your hands and knees to try to find them if you can. Why weren't ribbons tied on these trees sooner? Because the trees do not seem to be in imminent danger to people or building as we speak. The town is to follow proper guidelines by submitting a tree application and tying ribbons around these trees, as John Romaldes read earlier with the tree ordinance number, I think it's 8.036-.050. Thank you and have a good evening.
All righty, thank you, Kathy. Now, are we all set, Michelle?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we're bringing it back up to discuss and then come up with a direction forward. Would anyone like to make a comment? Bruce.
I guess I'll start with a question for Garrett or for Ben as to when the tree committee might be able to meet as quickly as possible and look at these. And we also have clearly identified that Ray or someone from his group will need to check and make sure that the ribbons are correct before anything is done. So those are two, that action item is something that definitely has to happen before anything is done to the trees. And then the question would be, how quickly could the tree committee look at these number one trees if they just focused on the number ones right away?
I can respond to that question. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. The tree committee meets on the fourth Monday of the month. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but overhearing this conversation, it had already occurred to me that this would be a real good agenda item for their consideration. So I would support their agendizing and consideration of those 8 trees. I'm not sure about the larger number. I haven't seen the overall list, but I think what we're really talking about are the 8, or is it 9? I guess one was already removed, recommended for immediate action.
So that would be the regular meeting. Do you think there's any possibility of a special meeting, an emergency meeting, essentially, of the tree committee? I know it's difficult, but we've had several people from the tree committee saying they want to hear it. I wish we had had a chance to ask at that time whether they'd be willing to hear it more quickly, because that's the issue we're hearing here is, on the one hand, we have people saying, and I feel myself, that safety is pretty important. But on the other hand, we have people wanting to see the tree committee look at it. So what's the possibility there?
Well, I know that they just held a tree committee meeting on Monday, and that was a special meeting. So I'm worried we're going to burn them out. I can't really speak for their availability. I also know that, as with the town council, Susan Waters is the person who takes care of noticing, etc. We could check, certainly, but I would say, and with the town manager's forbearance, is that it might be best to just say we're going to hear it on the October, I'm just winging it here, 26th or whatever that date is for the regularly scheduled tree committee meeting. It's 3 weeks off.
Yeah, why don't we continue? Garrett looks like he has something to say, and then see what everyone has to say, and we'll then take some steps forward. Garrett, did you want to add something?
I think I was going to say wait for the council discussion where you want to go before we start talking about what the tree committee is going to do.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
That was why I was asking this as part of that discussion. Just trying to make a decision here.
Okay. Did you have anything else at this point, Bruce?
That's all I have for the moment. Yeah, I'd like to hear what you think.
Who would like to speak?
Well, I want to hear Garrett's responses to a lot of the questions, and then I might have follow-up questions.
Okay. So Garrett, of the things that you wrote down as I was requesting, are there some in there that you could answer now to inform our discussion? Or I know there are some that I'd like to take to Ray, more specific about specific trees.
Right. So I think there was sure, I can answer a few questions. I think there was a comment regarding trees 136 and 137. I didn't see those anywhere slated for removal, but I do know that we pruned those trees because I believe one of those trees was the one that lost a large branch and it fell on the play structures. And so we had to take action to, at the arborist's direction, prune those trees and obviously remove that branch. But I don't think they were ever slated for removal, at least as far as I can tell in any of the maintenance programs. I think for some of the other things in general, we do this report. We do this report every 3 years. We get recommendations. Some years, we do some of the pruning. Some years we don't for various reasons. I think this time we actually took a look at it and got some estimates and saw the different tree recommendations. I think Ray did point out that the one oak tree at the Women's Club we actually did remove when it failed. I think some things to point out in terms of what the priorities are. I think on the list there are some trees that he actually notes that are dead or decaying or at risk. And the issue that we always struggle with is if you can't see it, then you don't know. Then you think the tree is fine. But he's actually did some testing, and that's why we're relying on that. The ones that are obviously dead, then I don't know why we would need a second opinion. Those should just be taken out because they do pose a risk. Our concern always is on the trees in these public areas. You may recall that we had a couple of trees fail, and we immediately in the Perry Park area, but we've been lucky. Trees failed, they damaged property, cars, no one was injured. We just got really lucky. And that tree, we couldn't tell that anything was wrong with it because it was just deep down in the roots, and that's not how it gets tested. Here, you actually have an arborist who went out and tested the trees. And so to me, that poses a risk. And I understand we can argue about what's imminent, what's a threat. You didn't do it right away. And there is always the dilemma. If we get the arborist to tell us something, we do it right away, then the complaint is we did it without asking anybody, but we could say it's an emergency. If it's an emergency, but we take too long to do it, then it's not an emergency, and then we should go to the tree committee. We try to find that balance. We try to go to the tree committee.
Wait, I'm sorry, what did you just say? You were speaking rather fast.
Oh, I said we always try to strike a balance because sometimes the arborist says, take a tree out. It takes us a little time, but because we don't do it right away, then it's not deemed that it was imminent or an emergency, but it was something that really needed to be done. And that's what we're struggling with here to a certain extent. Although we did, interestingly, we're taking this to the council because there's a cost factor and because there are tree ones here. And I'm concerned if we have to wait for a tree committee, that there's a little risk and liability to the town, especially for the trees that, as I read the report, are dead. And obviously, if Ray was here, he could propose more info. If the tree committee wanted to have a special meeting within the next week, and if Ray can meet it and talk about that, I think that's fine. Waiting 3 weeks for the trees that are really at high risk gives me a little concern because that's another 3 weeks of waiting around. Within a week, probably no big deal. It's probably going to take us that long just to get somebody up and running. In terms of the red ribbons, I need to point out the staff report said we would put the red ribbons on, and we would have done that before we took any action on a tree. But again, we said we're going to have the arborist double check and put on the red ribbons as needed. So from a staff perspective, I'd be concerned if we had to wait 3-4 weeks. The issue for the tree committee too is they have 10, 15, 20 applications backlogged, and then we're having people wait even longer. So this, I think, would be better served as a special meeting, Ray's available. That can happen.
Could we have Janet weigh in? Could we have Janet weigh in on some of the questions that were raised about the tree ordinance, perhaps? I mean, I think what I didn't see in your staff report that, to me, I mean, I was reading the tree ordinance and I have it in front of me, is, I believe, the ones that you're talking about on the proposed tree removal, you're looking at them being under section 8.36040, which deals with the tree to be removed as dead or extremely diseased. And I wonder if Janet could weigh in on the tree ordinance, because I kind of don't think our staff report was as clear as it could be on why I mean, why this is imminent, which is what Ray was talking about, and why this is a different situation. So can Janet weigh in maybe before, and sorry for interrupting you, Stephanie, but I think we need to hear that piece.
No problem.
I'm happy to if you'd like to hear.
Yes.
I'm looking at the ordinance, and there are two different sections, and I think that's been pointed out by a couple of different speakers, probably people from the tree committee. There's the emergency removal section, and then there's the section separate from that, which is 8.36.040 B1, and that's been pointed out, I think. The director can grant a ministerial permit where the director determines that one of the following conditions exist. Number one, the tree to be removed is dead or extremely diseased. Director may require an analysis by a qualified arborist to support that determination. A ministerially issued permit is not going to go before the tree committee. That's just issued by the director with the support of a qualified arborist report. If necessary, it said director may require. So to me, that may be what we're talking about here. There is also the section, though, further down in the code that talks about emergency removal. Let me see if I can, got it on my screen here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Emergency tree removal is 8.36120, where the condition or location of a tree constitutes an emergency, and that's a defined term for this code. The tree may be removed immediately by permission of the director, by any officer of the police or fire departments, the director of public works, or any member of the committee. And then notice is given to the committee, but emergency is defined in this code as an immediate threat to life or an immediate and significant threat to property. So I don't know what category these trees fall under, but I do see in here a provision where a ministerial permit can be issued for dead or extremely diseased trees without going to the tree committee.
Thank you, Janet.
And did you want to add something to that?
Well, as the town manager pointed out, some of these trees are dead. I trust Ray Moritz's ability to determine if a tree's dead, so that there's no sense waiting to take those to the tree committee. I think some of the other ones, disease, I haven't read the report. I don't know if they're diseased. The immediate hazard is, I would love to hear your council's direction on that topic.
Okay, thanks. Did you have more comments, Barbara? Barbara, you're muted.
I did, but I feel like I interrupted Stephanie.
No. You did not interrupt me. Was Garrett finished? I did have one or two questions, but Garrett, were you finished?
Oops. Sorry. Yes, I think so. I think generally the comments are whether you should go to the tree committee or not, what's imminent, what's an emergency. Second opinions, I personally don't think you need second opinions for Ray, but I think it's fine to talk to the tree committee over some of these trees that are not clearly dead, just so they could have that learning curve. Again, without Ray here, I can't really qualify which ones those are, other than the ones that specifically say this tree is dead or it's seriously decayed.
Okay. A few of the members of the public did ask or comment on maintenance. Could you respond on that? How do we take care of the trees?
Pretty much maintenance wise, we just try to implement what's in the report. It is true some years we don't do as much of the maintenance requests on the trees. This year we are. Some years we do more than others. So it's not really well defined. He goes back to 2009, 2014, 2017. We definitely try to look at the worst cases and address it. But as I said, this year we happened to look at more closely and decided that we really needed to take action and do some of the maintenance activities, especially when some of the trees are in the areas that are more heavily used.
Yeah. Well, I know you're stretched, so I wonder if it's something that the tree committee can take responsibility for, or take, I don't know if you want to take accountability for it, but it's something that you can take under your purview to help drive.
Okay. Barbara.
Yeah. So I spent quite a bit of time with the tree ordinance today, and I spent a lot of time on this on the weekend, and I think that's one of the reasons we got a supplemental report. I want to clarify one thing about what happened with the parkade, and that was that my recollection, and I worked on this with John quite a bit, was that the trees that were recommended for removal in the parkade, many of which John and I worked to decide to keep with Ray, was not about them being dead, but about the fact that liquid ambers pull up pavement, and that's where we had so many problems with the parkade, with the raising of the pavement and such. And so we saved a lot of trees that maybe in another town wouldn't have been saved because they are trip and fall hazards, and they do pull up pavement. So the parkade will not last as long because we did that. But that was something John and I worked on with Ray and Garrett after a lot of people raised concerns. So I think that was a different situation. But I would say here, I think we're looking at some imminent threats, and in spending time with the with the tree ordinance, I think we're really looking at the idea, is the tree to be removed is dead or extremely diseased? And I think that's what Ray put on his proposed tree removal list. And what he also brought up is the ones that he marked 1 on that list, which counts up to 9, except 1 was, I guess, already falling, so it got taken out, so it's now 8, would be the ones that he's saying need to come out right away. I think it would have been better if we had the red ribbons around, or the orange ribbons. I personally am not an advocate for different colors of ribbons, because that's just going to be really confusing. I think when we're talking about removing trees, one color, not the nuances of something that needs a pruning or something like that. It's just too confusing. But I think we ought to really consider, I think this is what we're paid the small bucks for, is the concept I threw out earlier, which maybe was premature, which is let's move forward on the trees that are marked 1 on the proposed removal. And I think we could have more detail on this chart. And then the ones that were on the proposed tree removal list that are 2 or 3, take those to the tree committee. And I would also suggest that any of the other ones that are on the longer list, and I tried to count up how many trees it was. I could be wrong. It was something like over 400, 429. Any of those that really need to have some potential tree removal, let's just take those to the tree committee. But my worry is that potentially we're going to have rain, maybe this week, if all is good, because we really need it. We've had some pretty heavy winds here. I just don't want to be here the day that a tree falls and injures someone really badly or kills someone. So my proposal would be, let's look at the proposed tree removal list. Anything that's marked at 1, and that would be 8 trees, let's move forward on those. And then on October 26th, when I think there's a special tree committee meeting, those other trees that are marked 2 and 3, let's have Ray spend time with the tree committee going over those in detail, and have them weigh in. And then I would also say that the rest of the tree inventory, if there's anything on there that was missed that really feels needs some removal and somehow was missed in the list, let's bring those as well. That's my proposal. And thank you for listening.
Okay, John or Bruce, did you want to follow up? And let's be mindful of the time, everyone. John?
Well, one thing, you see these close-up specs here, that's what's needed to read the numbers on this map, which is frustrating. Could be if I had younger eyes, it would be easier. But that aside, I have a number of comments. And sorry, okay. I think it is very useful to have the ribbons out early. You know, and it could be if we're taking out trees, you know, then a red ribbon is appropriate. If we're talking about pruning or something like that, that could be, if we're going to mark those, we should have them in a different color. But you know, maybe we're just marking the ones that are being cut like this. Let me see. I do support getting the tree committee involved with things that are not an emergency, or you know, I mean that it sounded like that language to me was pretty clear in giving a lot of different people, including people on the tree committee, the ability to call it an emergency. In terms of getting a second opinion, I think it would be really important to get a second opinion from somebody, you know, that's able to do a resistometer test and that sort of thing, which is pretty in depth. It tells you how much of the tree is hollow, and you know, going back to the parkade experience, the first recommendation when the report first came to the council of so many trees being taken out, that was because they were liquid ambers and they tend to destroy pavements and cause problems, but they are beautiful trees at the same time. And I can remember one tree in particular that was cut, and I am the one that made the call to call that, and that was because of that resistometer test. That tree looked perfectly fine from the outside, yet it was just a shell of a tree, and Ray pointed out one point very high up in the tree that allowed rot to come in. The whole center of it was rotten, and you know, the next big windstorm to come through probably would have landed on a car or somebody. So I made that call and I made it onto Facebook, and lots of people got upset at that tree getting cut down. And yes, nobody likes to lose a tree. But sometimes it's necessary, and sometimes it's not obvious unless you bring in a tree expert like Ray to let you know what's going on. That, as we heard from several people in the public comment section, it's a really big deal when a tree comes down and hits somebody. I mean, it's huge. So we need to take this seriously, but we also, you know, people love trees, as do I. And, you know, so we need to be careful and just make sure our process is transparent. I think it's a very good idea involving the tree committee on this. Barbara's idea of you know, bring up the 2s and 3s with them. I was using those close-up specs because I went through and looked at all of the trees that were listed in the park, and I wanted to remind myself as which one was which. And in fact, all these number ones are pretty obviously dead trees, and you know, there's not really a question on that. So I would support that approach. The other ones that are listed as 2s and 3s, you know, they are being recommended for being taken out. You know, they're basically hollow. They have some, you know, they're weakened and tilted so that they pose a threat. The only thing that I would add is I would really want to make sure that 136 and 137, 136 being the oak that dropped a limb in the play park, that has been pruned, and I noted in the report that it didn't seem like 137 was pruned at the same time, and I would want to move ahead with that pruning as soon as possible, because I think that that's really important to keep those trees healthy and inspect them yearly, as was recommended. So I would add that pruning to that recommendation of Barbara's. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to weigh in? And remembering the time, please, please. Bruce.
I would support Barbara's proposal that the number 1 trees, that we proceed with them, and given the amount of time that it's going to take to have a tree committee meeting, and but in reference to John's comment about 137, I'm trying to find it on this list, but I thought I saw that 137 was one of the ones that's marked number 1 right now. Is that correct, or am I getting that wrong?
Better to look at the list online.
It's not on the list for removal, so that's why Peter Lax brought it up.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, it's a pruning issue.
So that makes sense what John said, that 137, if it's, I assume it's close to 136 there. And so that while we have the people out to do the number 1s, that they can take care of that one. And then meanwhile, we get the tree committee to prioritize looking at the number 2s and get to the number 3s when they can, given that they can't do everything because they have, as Ben said, a lot of private people who are putting in applications, and those people are waiting as well. So those trees need to be addressed.
So can I just interject? 137 is on the list that I'm looking at online.
For removal?
No, it's just on the list.
Exactly, but it's not on the removal list.
But on the 2020 column, it's got a number 1 on it. That's
correct.
That doesn't mean that it's one of the ones that's listed for removal, though?
No, so there are trees in the bigger list that say number 1, but there are different reasons for their number 1, like pruning. The proposed tree removal list has 14 trees on it, and that's a separate one. I haven't looked at.
That's attachment A, supplement 2.
Right. So just don't get confused, because the bigger list has more than 1, and those are for other drastic pruning or things like that. So there's different things going on here.
If you look at the list online, they're highlighted in yellow. The tree removals.
Great, thank you.
The rows are highlighted in yellow, the ones that are priority 1 and tagged for removal.
Thank you.
And if I might add, I mean, that I think that the 137 is has that number 1 thing because it should be inspected yearly, and it's above a play park. There's a really good reason to have it be a priority. And the only thing I might add in terms of having a dead tree can be cut by a tree cutter, and that's one type of bid. And pruning an oak such as that, which really needs to be done correctly, is sometimes a different scale of expertise is needed for that. So it wouldn't necessarily follow that the same person should do all that. Maybe, but depends on the person.
Okay. Are we finished? Can I make a quick comment?
I have a couple of comments.
Okay, go for it.
Did you want to wrap it up?
I'll wrap it up after you're done.
So I'm in favor of the tree committee on the 26th. I'm also in favor of a second opinion looking at, I guess what we're saying is the priority 2s and 3s. I don't think there's any debate, it's, as John was saying, about the tree removals, but I do think we, to the extent that we can, we should be incorporating the tree committee, and that's what they're there for. So, and like I said earlier, I would like to see some more consistent maintenance and create a process around that. So it's not like, whose job is that? We need to assign that as somebody's job. So can we address that tonight?
I'd be in favor.
If we all say that we love trees in our community, then we need to assign taking care of the trees as somebody's job.
So Garrett.
So maintenance, like, I forget. So Perry Park, we assess the trees every year and we do whatever's required. That's the playground. The others are every 3 years. And so, yes, what would happen is every 3 years when we update the report, then we would come back to the council on what we're going to do. So that'd be the responsibility of Public Works. So yes, we would every year take a look at the report and figure out what needs to be done, and then go back to the council for approval.
Okay, Stephanie, does that address?
I mean, I would like more specificity in terms of accountability, like every January we'll provide a report related to this. It's, I don't know who on Public Works is part of his goals or her goals every year. I mean, just to say like, yeah, we're going to give it, you know, I mean, like some actionable accountability, like this is a real thing.
So I think what we're doing right now is with this report is that there's the removals and there's the maintenance side.
Yeah.
Also doing all the recommended maintenance on this. If one of the maintenance items, which I'm not sure, if one of the maintenance items met a certain threshold of say 25% pruning or something, then if Ray's going to talk to tree committee, he can point that out to them too, on that. So I think what I'm saying is, yes, we're doing that starting this year, and then every 3 years when we do this report, then we'll be coming back to the council with our recommended action, because it's kind of the 3-year maintenance cycle. I mean, that's what
I'm not sure every 3 years is frequent enough.
Well, then
we get a report at the budget when we do the budget on that we've completed tree maintenance as recommended. So it can just be a little piece that's added as part of the Public Works stuff when we do, you know, I think the idea is this has fallen through the cracks, some of the tree maintenance, and I don't want to get into the day-to-day. And I think there's something like over 400 trees, and it looks like maintenance is required on more than just the first list. So it'd be good if we could just say, yeah, it got done, because all I see in the $45,000 is that we're looking at removing some trees and we're doing some maintenance on, my assumption is list A. I can't imagine that the rest of the recommendations are going to fit under that $45,000. So it would just be good. Why can't we just get a yearly update during the budget that we did it? And that just seems like something you could just tick off.
Well,
I like that, Barbara. I like that.
What were you going to say, Garrett? Sorry for interrupting.
I was going to say, in this case, because we have this huge spreadsheet, we actually this year time around would actually input all the work that we're doing. And actually our goal is to actually, under 200 trees, is actually do the recommended maintenance on all 200 trees.
Excellent. Well, I think that's great. And maybe we could just get a follow-up report in a couple of months when it's all done. Just
sure, it might
be not a big deal, but
right,
you know,
take
just
a
one picture.
Sure, we can do that. I'm sure at this case when we're done, or a couple of months, however we'll have that in the spreadsheet, and you can see that.
That would be excellent.
And then on a recurring basis, it will be annual, like Barbara suggested?
Well, here's the issue. The annual would mean then that you'd be asking us to ask for another arborist report on all the trees every year. Because once we do this maintenance, then we're waiting for additional direction from the arborist. So we would have to have another report done. And we do it for the 1-year trees in the playground area, but we don't do it for all the other trees.
Well, can you give us a maintenance report then? That somebody's actually tending to the trees and.
I guess I'm looking at the tending of the trees is whatever's recommended in the report, which is more pruning and other maintenance. Otherwise, we're not out there inspecting them every year to see what needs to be done.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, that's the problem as I see it. Like, every 3 years is not enough, I think.
Oh, well, that'd be up to
I would say this, so let me interrupt. I think every 3 years is probably enough, with the exception of the 1-year trees that we do.
Yeah.
Just what has happened is it's fallen, it hasn't always happened. So if every 3 years we get this kind of report and the work gets done every 3 years and we get a follow-up like we're going to get this year, and that, I think that for me works. But then for the trees that Garrett is mentioning that are done on a yearly basis that are in the playground, is that correct, Garrett?
Yes, that's correct.
So on the ones that we do on a yearly basis, then we get an annual report on those. But I think just what's unfortunately happened is this work hasn't really occurred. So now we're getting on track for it. Does that make sense, Stephanie?
Yeah, you're saying that we're backlogged on the maintenance.
Right. So if we're on a rigorous 3-year schedule for all this stuff, and then the 1 year for the playground trees, then we could have an annual deal on the 1 year, but a 3-year.
But I think the public needs transparency and feel like that is happening. So how does that happen?
We could take this report, when we do the maintenance, we'll log it onto the report and we'll just put it on the website, give it to the tree committee or whatever. I think as Kohler indicated, once we do all this work, we'll have a new baseline. That will be our new baseline for maintenance.
Okay.
Okay, John, did you have something brief?
Yes. I mean, the only thing that I think that this is great plan, more or less. The one thing that concerns me is that there's a wave of work right now and then not so much until the next 3-year report comes out. If we could get, maybe work with Ray a little bit more and get some priority on some of this maintenance work, so that we can do the hottest items this year and then, the next year do the other maintenance that are, so we can spread it out a little bit that way. It's not as much as a burden on public works, yet we have something that's clearly delineating a path forward over the next 3 years. So we get the work done, but it's not as much of a burden having it all at once. We prioritize, in other words.
Okay. So may I comment and then we can move on, make a decision and move on? Stephanie, did you say something? Are we good? Okay. So I concur that these number ones pose enough of a threat and should be taken up immediately. I really concur with the idea that we go to the tree committee with the other of the 14 and that Ray meet with them so that there's better understanding and then that becomes more transparent to the larger community. I think that tree committee needs to be used more. What I want to say is we need to define what the tree committee does a little bit more clearly. We've had this consistent problem and I think some definitions are missing. What I hear that hasn't been brought up is that one of the keys to what we're hearing tonight is that the tree committee is asking us to follow and model protocol and what's written in the code. So I think part of the problem, and I will take full credit because I was on the tree committee for 3 years, is that there are things that are very, very nuanced. And there are things like when you talk about imminent threat and you talk about, well, how many days before there's going to be ribbons put around the trees prior to the town choosing or needing or heeding the recommendation to take out a tree. I think we're missing definitions. I think that the tree committee and Ray and staff need to sit down so we get to some common understanding so that we don't go over this. Otherwise, everything else has been said. I do feel strongly that those number ones come out and be scheduled to come out. They really, everybody's already said, but I feel strongly about that. And I don't believe at this time we need a second opinion. Ray was very clear that he's very cool with a second opinion, but he requested that it be a person who came with equal, if not higher levels of qualification. So I don't think it's right to just invite in another arborist because someone said they had a great reputation and they had a forestry science degree. But so at this time, I'd like to keep going with Ray, and that's all I wanted to say. So to summarize, Garrett, what do you need from us? What I hear is that everyone is okay with taking these ones. There's 8 of them, and proving that we go forward with the work.
Right. So we would just focus on the ones. We'll have the arborist meet with the tree committee on the 26th, talk about the 2s and 3s. He can talk about some other things in the report if he would like. The maintenance items that we don't believe trigger anything. And we'll talk to Ray about the tree committee, like some pruning of trees. We'll also do that. Before we take any trees down, as we send a staff report, we'll put red ribbons around the trees. And so we haven't done that. We'll have Ray actually go out and check ours and find the other trees we couldn't find and put those ribbons on there.
Okay. I would also like to request that we do everything we can to be proactive about how much time we give the public by putting the ribbons around the trees. Because sure. I was out hunting for trees today as well. And I think we all are in the same boat. So let's just make a really concerted effort to get those out early before they come to council.
So for the red ribbons, assuming we put it on, you're thinking like 5 days before even anything's even done by any firm, or a week? What are you thinking?
Garrett, in the tree code, and Barbara has it in front of her, I believe it stipulates exactly the amount of time they need to be displayed prior to the work being done.
But not for emergencies or even.
Okay, so there's 2 things. There's the emergency, which I believe was the tree that got taken out that Ray mentioned that was ready to fall over. And then there's the other part of the code, which I think is 8.36.040, which talks about a ministerial decision. And that doesn't have to go to the tree committee, et cetera. And I think that's what we're using for these ones. But I think what I would suggest is the rest of the code talks about 10 days. Why don't we just stay with the 10 days unless it's truly an emergency,
right?
And the tree's ready to fall? That's a different story. But we usually, unless there's something very unique about these trees, we usually have time for 10 days. I don't think we do here because we've waited for this report. But going forward, let's get those ribbons out as soon as possible so people know what we're talking about.
Okay.
And I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, let's go for it.
So I would make a motion to authorize the town manager to contract up to $45,000 for services to prune certain trees and or remove trees that are marked number 1 on the proposed tree removal list, which is attachment A in the supplement, per the recommendations of the town arborist report in the Parkade, Perry Park, Bolinas Park, and Doc Edgar Park. I would also add to that motion that any trees that are marked priority 2 and 3 on attachment A of the supplement to item 6 will go to the tree committee on October 26th. And I would also add to that motion that if there are any trees in the rest of the longer spreadsheet, which is attachment C, that require some type of removal in the near future, that those would be considered to bring to the tree committee on October 26th, or if not at that meeting, the subsequent meeting.
Thank you for that motion. That's the longest motion ever.
That's a good one, and I would second it.
Okay, great. So we have a motion Kohler and a second Reed. Councilmember Hellman.
You know,
Oh, you don't like it?
I'm looking at a lot of these recommendations for the priority 2s and 3s, and you know, all respect to the tree committee, I mean, they don't have the degrees that Ray does, and I would prefer my preference is to go to a second opinion. I mean, as I said, I don't know that there's a lot of debate over what trees are dead, but going to the tree committee on taking action for the next level of priorities, I mean, it's fine if they want to, if you want to do that as a matter of process, but.
So Ray would go to the tree committee. So he spends time with them going over more detail on those 2s and 3s. So they're not just making decisions by themselves. So any questions they have on those 2s and 3s, he would be able to go into the level of detail that they would need.
Mm-hmm.
I believe when Ray works, because I've worked with him for quite a few years, he keeps quite a bit of notes, takes photographs and so forth. So he'll, as Barbara said, when he goes to the tree committee, these spreadsheets are just a summary for our consideration at this meeting.
Then I guess I'd like the tree committee to come back with their recommendation if they want a second opinion. That's would be my preference, that the tree committee come back to the council.
Well, I would say the tree committee would always be able to say, I would assume the tree committee could always make the decision at one of their meetings that they really would like to get more information. So yeah, I concur. If the tree committee feels like they need a second opinion, they certainly should be able to get it.
Yeah. Well, I would amend my second to add that stipulation.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're offering a friendly amendment.
Yes.
I would not accept that friendly amendment because that's something that the tree committee can make a decision when they're hearing the item. I don't think it's for the council to prescribe that. I think when they hear the item at the tree committee, if they feel that they don't have enough information or Ray is not providing it, they can ask for information from another expert.
Yeah, well, I was just intending to make that clear that they would have that option.
Yeah, well, maybe they didn't know that, so now they know.
Great. So can we move forward with the original motion and then you seconded?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd like is it Tony who captures minutes for the record, for that to be captured, please? What I just stipulated.
She does a really good job. So I think she'll get it, but we can always catch it if not.
Well, sometimes I have to be clear and say for the record, and that's what I did. Thanks, Barbara.
Okay, so where were we? We have a motion Kohler, a second Reed. Councilmember Hellman. Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Okay, and myself, I vote aye. So we are now moving forward. Here's my recommendation at this time. Can we finish the consent calendar and then take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going back to the consent calendar. Council members have any comments or questions on consent? Barbara.
I have a few comments to add. They're basically comments. So on item 1, which is the refinance of the pension obligations, in the staff report in the chart, it talks about the previous pension obligations financing in the charts is saving from the 2017 lease, which says CalPERS side fund financing. That's actually not correct. It's the CalPERS pre-2013 pension obligations, which include the side fund. And I know that sounds like semantics, but it actually is important for people to know that we did refinance all the pre-2013. So that's just a correction, but it's fine as is. On my council member report on item 2, I neglected to mention that on September 13, I also participated in the Standing Up for Racial Justice Working Group cohort training. And then on item 3, which was the minutes of August 5th, there were actually significant errors on page 8 and 9. And they were both talking about the rental assistance program. And unfortunately, it was captured incorrectly. It talked about 46,000 or 23,000. The total amount for the rental assistance program that we allocated was 60,000. So I think that's important for the minutes to capture that, that was the total amount. Do you have a question for me, Stephanie?
Well, no, you're right that the total did come to 60, but it was the starting balance of the remaining funds from the small business.
Right.
So that's the 23.
Yeah, but if you read the minutes, it doesn't make it clear. It sounds like there's a 23,000, but it doesn't make it clear that the 60K was the total amount that we allocated in both those places. I completely agree with you that 20,000 was in there. I just want to make sure that it's clear. We allocated 60,000. And I talked to Michelle and she said she could correct the minutes appropriately so we would capture both.
Got it. I'm trying to find the minutes. Okay.
So anyway, those are my comments. I don't have any questions.
Okay, anything else on consent, anyone?
I'll just really put out my thanks to both the finance director and the town manager, and also to the people who helped us with this project on the refinance. It was a tricky project, and we got it done. And it actually, with every stage, we actually increased our savings. So that was a very significant amount of savings for the town. So congratulations to us all for that.
Great. Thanks, Bruce. So I would like to entertain a motion. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so we go out to the public on consent. Items 1 through 5 and item 7. Michelle, could you admit Mr. Ager, please?
I'll unmute him, yes.
Well, that's what I mean. Seemed to be the case.
Thank you. Frank Ager, 13 Meadoway. I just like item 4, the additional $619,790 expense in cost for the Meadoway Bridge project. The added cost include building new fences and driveways for a number of residents. It includes extending the concrete creek channelization down the creek on the north side to 315 Cascade Drive. And it also, it's finally going to study the locating water and sewer lines. On Exhibit A, it says your Sacramento consultant is involved in a dispute with 3 residents, and it lists Wasserman, Ager, and Horton. I'm not involved in any dispute with your consultant on any issue of land or taking or costs. In fact, I've never asked nor received any money for the project, and I just want to make that clear. So hopefully you can correct that Exhibit A and put the right name and whoever your consultant is in dispute with. And then also, I'm concerned about the continuing corporatization of Fairfax decisions, and by hiring a new Sacramento consultant, Bender Rosenthal. For those who may not know them, They have a $9 million contract to facilitate the Delta Water Tunnel. Currently, the Sierra Club, Friends of the River, Winneman Wintu Tribe, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, San Francisco Crab Boat Owners Association, and the Fairfax-based North Coast Rivers Alliance are all fighting this project in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta. I'm just letting you know who you're hiring, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, Frank, thank you for that information. Okay.
There's another speaker.
Okay, great. Next.
It is Jackie, followed by Valerie Hood. Jackie, you're unmuted.
Hi, everybody. Hi. I wanted to speak on agenda item number 5. Yeah, so this is an incredibly irresponsible time to be thinking about extending the contract with Ross Valley to provide dispatch services through the police department. We're currently in the process of looking at ways to modify our public safety services here in Fairfax. We're looking at the police practices and public safety alternatives subcommittee. Hasn't even been formed yet, hasn't had a chance to do any work yet. We're looking at building an anti-racist Fairfax through new public safety models. This is not the time to renew a contract that's leasing out policing services. If anything, this shows that we have a bloated and inflated police system here, police department that doesn't need 4 dispatchers and 2 reserve dispatchers. Clearly we have too much if we can just be leasing this out to make money, leasing our dispatchers out to make money. So it absolutely, if this gets passed right now, it just shows how performative and what a publicity stunt it was to just form the ResJ committee and the PPPSA without them getting to do any work before renewing this kind of contract or before looking at alternatives. Thank you.
Did you have a quick comment, John?
Well, I see there's other people. Sorry, we're in the public thing. I can speak to that, but I can hold that until after.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Valerie Hood, followed by Veronica Koretz.
Okay.
I'm just having a really hard time with this. I have to say, this whole committee you've set up, Fairfax residents have no idea who these people are, and we need to know that. We need to know what their qualifications are. We know they have very strong feelings. We've heard about the very strong feelings of other people on the council as well. But that doesn't really give me any sense of the expertise of what we're looking at. I don't even know if these speakers, they don't identify even where they live. I live in the town of Fairfax. I would like to know that we have some public safety here. I know that we've recently, you guys 5-0 decided to get rid of a lot of our public safety by giving away $100,000. 75,000 of that was for police overtime. All our town was surrounded by towns on every side, north, south, east, and west, that were burning to the damn ground. If we had needed the police, we did not have access to overtime funds. You all know it, and you're too scared to even answer it or talk about it. And this is pathetic, you guys. This is abrogating your public responsibility. Your responsibility is to the Fairfax residents. And you need to make sure that there is police and fire protection if we need to be evacuated. And right now, you have gambled away our lives. you need to discuss this in the reality of it. That $25,000 from that $100,000 was for the cops to be looking at domestic abuse, drugs that come into our town. We know very well that there was a time when there were drugs being run through our town. A lot of kids in my neighborhood are on methadone. And you know why they're on methadone? Because somebody was pushing heroin in our town. You all know that. You're not ignorant of this. You can ask the chief of police. He knows all about this. And yet, where is he? Tonight, of all nights, he should be sitting up on the podium along with the rest of you. He has the background to address these things. And you guys don't do it. This is pathetic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Valerie. We have another speaker.
The next speaker is Veronica Goretz.
Hi again, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks for being up again at 10:15, holding all of our community as you do. I just want to clarify before I keep talking, are we allowed now to be speaking about agenda items throughout the evening? Or will have a chance to continue to agenda?
Veronica, so we're just on the consent calendar, which is six specific items at this point. We will move, after a break, we'll move on to the regular agenda, but before that, we'll discuss which items, if any, we can continue to another meeting as it is 10 after 10. So this is just about consent for the moment.
Thank you. I'm going to cede my time.
Okay, cool. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Any other public comment on consent?
Yes. There is another public comment that is from Elias Karkabi. I've unmuted you.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Elias.
So I'm going to speak to the item on the consent agenda, number 5. I want to echo what Jackie said, which is that right now we need a reduction in our police force has been called for, not an inflation of it. Yeah, so I don't understand why we're taking on more work for other towns. We can't be making promises of police services to other towns when we are in the process of exploring alternative structures to policing here in Fairfax. The speaker before me was talking about the methadone problem, the heroin problem. It's serious. People being addicted to drugs is a serious problem. One of the reasons that people addicted to drugs have trouble seeking help is because they find themselves in jail. It's not easy to get off drugs if your whole life is crumbling around you. People need alternatives other than police violence to help them get off drugs. And yeah, see the rest of my time.
Okay, Elias, thank you. If there are no other comments on consent, let's come back. John, did you have something?
I wanted to speak to number 5 just briefly to answer some of the concerns that were brought up by a couple of members of the community, maybe even 3. Basically, this is a contract with other we have 24/7 dispatch service, and there are other places that want to have dispatch services and aren't large enough to really justify it or afford it. And we can basically save costs for Fairfax by serving as dispatch for Ross and the College of Marin. And that's what this is for. And this actually saves Fairfax money because it brings in money that we can dispatch them as well as for Fairfax at the same time with the same person who's sitting there. One of the commenters said, well, we're having 4 different dispatchers. Well, there's never a time when there's 4 dispatchers sitting there. This is so you can cover 24/7, and that's what it takes. And I think it's a very practical and cost-saving move. And if we are committed to a 24/7 dispatch service, which I think is a very good idea and essential for, it's good for domestic violence cases and all kinds of things. I mean, basically, it's nice to have somebody there that you can call and get a response from. And so we can offer that to other areas as well and save money for our citizens here in Fairfax. And so that's why I support this.
Okay, Garrett, did you want to add?
Yes, just to what Councilmember Reed added, with a 24/7 dispatch, you in essence need 3 dispatchers because if they're 8-hour shifts, they do longer shifts, but that covers a 24-hour period. You have another full-time dispatcher that fills in for known vacancies, illnesses, and so on. That's why you have 4. Reserve dispatchers do fill in if for some reason you can't get your normal dispatcher, but reserve dispatchers are only paid an hourly rate as needed. So again, you have 3 dispatchers. That's a minimum you need for a 24/7 operation. You need another one to fill in because there's always vacancies, training, illnesses, and then reserve just in case you need them, but they're only paid hourly and they're only brought in as needed. So I just want to provide that additional clarification.
I think the point that maybe wasn't made so clearly was we're not sending people to other cities. It's one dispatcher that's sitting there that's dispatching our stuff, dispatching College of Marin and Ross. So we're not leasing somebody out. They're sitting there doing the job for everybody while they're there, and it's not an excess person that we have. So, all right. Sorry.
Can I just make a really simple comment? And it's somewhat redundant to John's, but I think the public needs to look at this as a revenue stream. We have relatively few revenue streams for our town. And this makes good business sense. And I don't know why we would eliminate it. And I think anyone who wants to eliminate it is misinformed. And, it makes good business sense to support this. So, I wholeheartedly disagree with the comment that it's a performative, action on Res J to proceed and support this, because it makes perfect sense to offer this service. If you've been listening, which we all should be, the community loves having 24-hour service 7 days a week. And I really ask that we open our ears and open our hearts and listen to each other. So I'm going to leave it at that, but this makes a ton of sense to me. And it really is, I don't see a lot of irrelevance to Res J, frankly.
May I make one last comment? And that is that all due respect, it makes very good fiscal sense. What I hear, though, is, and what we're not addressing, is that people are wanting and asking us to reimagine things in public safety. So by the fact that we're continuing on a track where we're talking about revenue to support a department the way it exists today, whether we support that department or not, is being perceived as not listening to this moment in time. So allegations and things, I'm not taking positions anywhere at all. It makes sense fiscally. It may not make sense to people who are saying we need it to look different. So I just needed to make that comment. And I think, yes, going forward, we will have opportunities for these discussions through the new subcommittee. But at this time, with the way we exist and the way we operate, we would be remiss to not have that revenue stream in order to allow us to do things like put some funding toward the Res J. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
So
And with that, does anyone else want to make a comment before we take, before we?
I hate to take the time, but I want to at least concur with those comments and Stephanie's comment in particular, that it does seem like a no-brainer to continue this. And I understand that the people who are commenting about this are, as you said, Renee, they want to see a rethinking of how everything is done and therefore want us to not proceed with anything on the status quo. But one thing is that it just limits our options if we throw away a revenue stream. And another thing is that one part that is really hard to imagine that there would be support in Fairfax to rethink is to have our own dispatch service. And one of the ways that we have our own dispatch service, as has been said, is that we get some revenue by sharing that dispatch service with Ross and College of Marin. That's a good arrangement. It's a sensible arrangement. It's an arrangement that works. It doesn't cost us any more to have those dispatchers because they're there anyway and they do the job. They do it very well. And it's certainly supported in the community. And it's not, I don't think there's any reason why we should rethink that at this point, but certainly we need to continue with our business until we figure out what we're rethinking. So
That's exactly right. Renee, I don't discount what you're saying. I'm saying Res J hasn't even had their first meeting. We don't have any proposals. We don't have any ideas on the table yet. So what is everybody pounding their fists on the table saying we shouldn't be doing this? There's no alternatives yet. It's ridiculous.
So I think we're all agreed.
And it's creating, frankly, further divisions in the community. So we just need to chill and stop it.
Yeah. Good.
All right.
I'm ready for a break.
We need to make a motion on consent. Barbara, you're mute.
I'm gonna go ahead and make it since I had some changes. So I would make a motion to approve the consent calendar, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, with the changes I noted to item 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, is there a second?
Second? I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion Kohler, a second Ackerman, Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
and Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Myself, aye. And so consent carries. Before we take off for a 5-minute break, we're going to come back and discuss the ordering or continuing of items on the agenda and take up the special meeting. So we'll see you at 10:30. Cool? Okay. See you soon. All right, Bruce, I'm gonna be jumping in, and we're talking about at this point what we want to do. Given at 10 p.m. we look at what items we have before us and what we think we can get through. So I would like to continue with the special meeting at this point.
Yep.
Good idea.
What's that?
Good idea.
Okay, and then I believe there are people on this call, absolutely, that would be expecting us to take up item number 9. And Stephanie, item number 8. Do you think we can get through this in a I don't know how many people are here to speak on it, but shall we go with that? Yeah, I need a little advice because I'm not sure where we are with the with item number 11 because we have the selection of a facilitator for Res J, and I know that's
just a quick report.
What about, well, I don't know that it's going to be as quick as you think, because I actually have some questions, but I think, what about if you ask for a show of hands for the attendees on which items they want to speak on? Because I was going to suggest something like maybe we do a special meeting in a couple of weeks to cover one or two topics that we may not be able to get to till really late. I mean,
yeah,
I know there are people that have been waiting, but here it is. It's 10:30 again.
we get it. So could you all use your, I know the callers can't do this, but could you use your raise hand if you're here for item number 9? Okay. So half of the people raising hands about are here for item number 9. I see others that I believe are as well. And then how many people are here for item number 8? Okay, 5 people. So these are both really, really big issues. And Barbara, I'm tempted to ask what my fellow council members think about scheduling a special meeting in 2 weeks in order to deal with 2 of these.
I would suggest that I'm open to 2 weeks from now on a Wednesday, but I don't know what other people feel, but I think I would suggest that we take item 9 and item 10 and do those at a special meeting and take care of 8 and 11.
Are you all okay with that? That sounds okay to me, and I don't think we have a timing issue with that. I know we
can wait till November, but I think if we do a special meeting in a couple weeks, we could take care of 9 and 10 at a special meeting, and I think the facilitator issue we want to take up tonight.
Okay. My only thing is number 9 is something that I know a lot of people have come for, and I am tempted though to put that on a special meeting so that there's more time for people to speak and to
I'm
deliver.
more inclined to move 10 and 11 to a special meeting.
I guess I want to say this, that I have some questions on the ResJ facilitator, and so I don't know, maybe Renee, you should ask people how many people want to speak to that item as well, maybe to get a sense of that one.
Okay, so for number 11, hands again, please. Okay. So
that's tied with the meetings per month.
Yeah, I think so. Just go with 8 and 11, which have about 5 each, and then we wouldn't be here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, I would like to take that recommendation with everyone's concurrence, and then we will take up a special meeting in 2 weeks for number 9 and number 10.
That feels odd to me that you're pushing off the topic that most people are here to talk about.
I'm happy to go with number 9. I just did not want to do short shift to it since there's so many people here to speak on it.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that feels counterintuitive to me.
On some levels, yes, agreed. On other levels, it seems as though we're pushing this late at night. Hence the discussion in number 8.
Does anybody else have thoughts on this, Bruce or John?
Yep. Let's put number 8 on the special meeting.
Well, number 8
is all about special
meetings. We'll be having a second meeting this month anyway with the special meeting, so that there's absolutely no cost to putting that off to the next meeting. So there's that, but I'm fine with either of the approaches. I think that putting
Okay.
off number 9 would be okay because
All right.
as Renee says, it gives it to be discussed.
Council members, please raise your hand about number 9. Shall we take up number 9 tonight?
I would prefer
say yes.
to. Yes.
Okay, so let's do number 9 and number 11 tonight. And we'll take up 8 and 10 at a special meeting later in the month. Good?
You want a motion for that?
Yes, please.
Well, I'll go ahead and do it.
Anyone besides Barbara want to make a motion?
I'm just trying to move us along. So
Please.
I would make a motion that we continue with 9 and 11 tonight, as well as the special meeting, which we should take up next. And then we move number 8 and 10 to a special meeting in 2 weeks, which I believe is the 21st.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion Kohler and a second Ackerman. Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Can you tell us the date one more time, Barbara, of that Wednesday?
So today's the 7th. So 2 weeks from now is October 21st.
All right.
14 days.
Okay, Garrett,
We
good?
start at 6.
Is Garrett there? Do we lose him?
Well, we'll need him. So, okay, excellent. So we're going to move on to the special meeting item, and I know Ben's here to give us a staff report. The agenda item is to discuss preliminary regional housing needs allocation, which is the RHNA, and authorization for the mayor to sign a letter from the town council regarding the recommended methodology. So Ben, could you go ahead and give us a staff report and some background on this?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I assume you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The item before you, and the reason we're having a special meeting on this, is that the Association of Bay Area Governments has received a mandate from the state to basically plan for approximately 440,000 housing units in the San Francisco Bay Area in the next 8 years, which is the terms of the Regional Housing Needs Assessment cycle. In response, ABAG created a Housing Methodology Committee, i.e. the HMC. This committee included an elected official and one planning staff from each county, including Marin County. And despite Marin's local representatives' concerns, the HMC recently recommended a methodology. And that methodology, which I'll go into some additional detail, would result in Fairfax having to plan for approximately 530 new housing units in this next RHNA cycle. It's noted this is approximately an 8 times increase over our current RHNA cycle, which is due to expire in 2022. So a really substantial number of housing units and a really substantial increase. The reason we are discussing this tonight is because the ABAG Executive Committee is scheduled to meet to decide on approval, whether or not to approve that methodology on October 15th. So it's pretty important if the town wants to get comments in that your council meet tonight and express its opinion. Staff has prepared a draft letter to the executive director of ABAG and the committee listing the reasons why, despite the need for additional housing, and it should be noted that the town has supported production of housing and in point of fact has met its current RHNA cycle overall numbers and has exceeded the number of low and very low housing units in our town already. But there are some real problems with the methodology that's being recommended by the HMC. It includes some flaws and omits certain factors that are very important, and those were listed in your draft letter. It is noted that other counties in Marin share the concerns that are expressed in the draft letter regarding the methodology and are either have already prepared or are in the process of preparing letters to the ABAG executive director. The letter recommends using Fairfax's share of the existing Bay Area households as the projected rate of growth, or actually, because we're aging, reduction in population as the baseline for the future regional housing needs assessment allocation, rather than the 2050 planned Bay Area households list. The letter also questions the methodology's 40% allocation of household growth to moderate and above moderate income households. The question is, does that really help us address the most critical need, which is clearly for affordable housing? Staff recommends that your town council review the draft letter, provide direction to staff on any changes or just general comments, and authorize the mayor to sign on behalf of the town council in the finalized letter. And I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for staff?
Just one question, Ben. Is this based on the letter that Pat Eklund had sent around that I sent yesterday?
Yes.
We looked at that. We also looked at the Corte Madera letter. And that's already been, I believe, adopted by their town council.
Okay, so one of the things to remember is that Corte Madera withdrew from ABAG. So remember when you draft that letter that there may be elements in that letter that may not be applicable. I mean, when you withdraw from ABAG, you get your numbers directly from housing and community development, which could be worse. And so I think you want to be cautious that we make sure that we're not adopting everything that Corte Madera said, because it may not be applicable to us. So I would take a second look at Pat Eklund's letter.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but Pat Eklund worked with the Contra Costa mayors, very closely to draft this, and that they are all members of ABAG, certainly. But
I connected with Pat today, and she offered that with this proposed methodology, our numbers would go from 530 to 240. Is that your understanding?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then she also mentioned something about the CAL FIRE maps.
Yeah, the town has been in kind of the early stages of re-evaluating the maps, that we don't believe that is an accurate reflection of the true fire danger faced by the town, especially not in light of our evacuation challenges, which, as we know, the county folks are planning to do an assessment of evacuation. But yeah, there are some areas of the town that don't have the highest fire hazard rating, and we believe that that might be appropriate for that. So that needs to be restudied, and it's my hope that once we get through this current fire season and the demands on fire resources, that we will be able to sit down with Chief Weber and various other professionals in the fire safety area and discuss that and what we can do about that now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? And then we'll take it out to the public.
Not to be trite, but is there a reason why we wouldn't all five sign this letter?
I just was following protocol that usually comes from the mayor. I'd be fine if we all signed it.
I'm just wondering. Anyway, we can get public comment on this and see if it's something everybody agrees to, but I certainly, and I do have a comment that I think I should probably get to after comment here, but just some wording in it that seemed like was unclear.
Okay, so let's go to the public and then come back and talk further. So Michelle?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I see 3 people, starting with Frank Egger, then Valerie Hood, then Jane Richardson. So Frank, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Frank Aker, 13 Meadow Way. The 530 units equates to about a 15% increase in units in Fairfax in 8 years. We are probably one of the most threatened communities in Marin County with wildland fire because of our location. Most of Fairfax is in the urban, wildland urban interface zone, and I'm not sure where we think we can put 530 units by cramming more people in some of these hillside areas, back in the Cascade Canyon or Deer Park, Manor Hill. We're just asking for trouble, because one day we're going to have to evacuate them all. So I think Fairfax needs to really emphasize the wildland fire threat that we have here, and as one of the reasons why we cannot come close to meeting their 15% increase over the next 8 years. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Frank. And hence the crafting of this letter to make those exact points. Anyone else in the public?
Yes, Valerie Hood. You're unmuted.
Yep, thanks very much. I think to start with, I'd say Ben Berto and Renee Goddard better change their background to, if this goes forward, if this goes through, to reflect the high-rise structures that we'll see that are like in San Rafael. I wonder if any of the counselor staff has been up to see the level of the reservoirs in the last 2 weeks. It's unbelievable. It is shrunk to the lowest I have ever seen it. And I know Barbara talked about rain coming up this week, but they're saying maybe a drop. That's all we're looking at. We have no idea. We cannot predict our water anymore. And people don't value water. They don't understand how important water is, I don't think yet, because they haven't been thirsty. That's just something that hasn't happened here, but it will. Sustainable Tamil Monte has written a really well-reasoned argument against this, and you can read it on the website marinpost.org if you haven't seen it already, by Sharon Rushton. The town has no way to pay for additional infrastructure should you bring more people in. We can't even really afford the infrastructure we have right now. Look at the town sidewalks. Look at the roads above where I live on Domingo. Look at all these little windy roads we have. They are cracking. They're cracking because the earth is shrinking. And the road, Bolinas Fairfax Road, if you look at it, it's sinking. It's sinking worse than it did last year. I brought your attention to it. Nothing has happened. There are roads all over Marin County like that, and they are not being addressed, and they are evacuation routes for, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people should a fire happen. You guys aren't ready to deal with that. You don't have any money to deal with that. You don't even know what your budget is, because Garrett Toy has never given us a clear idea of what our budget is. And we certainly don't know what our income is going to be. What we do know is that our economy is collapsing because of the shutdown and the continued threats of more shutdowns, and small businesses failing, and people can't pay their taxes when they can't work. And they can't pay their taxes when they have no means of making a living. We are not dealing in reality at all. None of you are either. You never even talk about it. You never do, but you should be. I hope Garrett will be more up to date on our budget than he was about the lack of care and maintenance of our trees. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other speakers?
There is one other speaker.
Okay.
Two other speakers, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Applebaum and then Chance Cutrano.
All righty.
Yes, I don't know exactly what you have in your arsenal to be able to put in a letter or to create pushback, but I would just echo some of the other sentiments, which is, you know, if we're talking about 500 or more new housing units in a town of approximately 7,500 people, we're talking about at a minimum 500 more people. That's an extraordinary percentage. And I just feel like we're already at capacity with the infrastructure we have now. We've been talking a lot about fire because it's become so present, but we haven't talked about flood in a while. And just, you know, this won't be the same Fairfax if we're forced to build that order of magnitude of housing. So I don't know what we can do legally. I don't know what where the fights can happen, or what has to be done. I don't know what all the strategies are, but I would just echo that just from a very, very obvious common sense level. It just doesn't seem that there's any way for this realistically to happen. And we won't be able to move on our streets, just not even under an emergency situation, just under normal day-to-day living. So if we have goals like, you know, lowering our carbon footprint and, you know, maintaining some type of quality of life, it just doesn't seem like that kind of mandate being forced upon us would allow us to have anything reasonable here. So I just support you all in whatever you can come up with to push back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Are there other speakers?
Yes. Chance Cutrano.
Okay.
Hi, Council. Just a quick thought here reading over the draft letter. I think it's really good. One of the things I identified in the paragraph that begins other similarly situated cities in Marin, it talks about things like auto dependency, commute times, GHG impacts. And I just wanted to recommend that, you know, when we're thinking about sustainable community strategies and development patterns, I think one of the metrics that's a good buzzword to throw in there might be the VMTs, vehicle miles traveled, which is, you know, it goes along with commute times, but it's a metric that a lot of transportation agencies really home in on. And that might be a consideration to be included as, you know, a metric to think about because the goal of RENA's statutory objectives and things like that is really to, you know, create housing near transit centers and near jobs. And if we're building out further and further away from jobs, then you're just going to be increasing VMTs, which will also increase GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. So something to think about, but great work. I'm glad that we're pushing back on this a bit.
All right. Thank you, Chance. So we're bringing it back up here. And does anyone have any comments? Was there more?
Apparently not.
Actually, I can't tell. It's going on and off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
That's it.
Let's bring it back, and then if they pop on, we can maybe take that quickly. Any thoughts, comments, ideas for moving forward on this item?
I support the idea of the mayor sending a letter. I think by having all council members sign, it does not provide more force. And people at AVAG and MTC are much more used to seeing mayors from letters, and that carries letters from mayors, that carries a lot more weight. So I would say go forward and send the letter.
The first thing it says, sorry, Barbara, to interrupt, it says on behalf of the town council of Fairfax.
Well, and that's what the mayor, we're authorizing you to do. And so I think there are people who do not care for Marin and our views. And I think it would just be much stronger just coming from the mayor, who is you.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'll talk about the wording thing that I wanted to mention. So on the draft letter, right on that first page where it says, that has the date at the top, the second to the last paragraph starts out, other similarly situated cities in Marin and the region are expected to grow at similarly high relative growth rates. And I believe after reading that a couple of times, that the are expected refers to are expected based on this methodology that we are calling into question. And it says, despite Plan Bay Area 2050 projections to the contrary. So I think I understand what that sentence was intended to mean, but maybe where it says are expected, it would say would be expected to grow according to this methodology or something, to make it clear what because that sounds like a statement of fact. They are expected to grow, and that's not what it is. It's saying this methodology is forcing them to grow at this rate, and we don't agree with that. So I just think that sentence could be improved.
Good find.
I completely agree with the substance of the letter, and it's probably too late at this point to really edit it any, but it just the key points are what Planning Director Berto very succinctly said in his report, that for one thing, these numbers are ridiculously high. In fact, as it says in the letter, and I think this is a good thing to say in the letter, it's really setting us up for failure. It's as the commenter said, this would change Fairfax. We can't even figure out where we would put them. The other way to say that is we couldn't do it. And as it says in this letter, we wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, the report that Ben gave, that we actually met our last set of goals, we would not be able to meet this set of goals because there's just no place to put them. And therefore, given the way things seem to be going at the state level, and we don't know where they'll go, but the direction that things seem to be going at the state level is to keep attempting to pass things that are punitive of towns. And so if the next stage is to pass something that's punitive of towns that don't meet their goals, then we would be right in the bullseye of that target for not having met our goals, because they set the goals being so ridiculous that there's no conceivable way we could meet them. So that's one of the key issues, is the numbers. This methodology gives numbers that are ridiculously high and aren't well supported by reality. And the other key thing, and I've felt this for years about the housing demands, is that we really should be focusing here on low and very low income housing, because that's the need that we have here. To Chance's comment about vehicle miles traveled, that's what would take vehicles off the road, is to allow people who work here to live here, because the people who work here and can't live here are the people who are putting a lot of vehicle miles on the road. And people who work in the city because they have to have the income to live here in high cost housing are also putting vehicle miles on the road going into the city. What we need is people that match the employment that we have in town, which is people of modest means. So these numbers should be, if there's any logic to the goals of these agencies, then these numbers should match with the employment needs that the employment that we actually have here, and therefore the housing needs that we actually have here. So I completely concur. Those are the two main points of this letter. And if I had time, we could maybe make that clearer, put them in bullet points or something. But reading the letter, that comes through, but it was kind of wordy. So
okay.
Basically, my comments are basically editorial.
Okay. Anybody else? I have two brief things. One is just to state that this is one of the first times that we've had allies around the Bay Area where Marin hasn't been pointed out as being just NIMBY and really not had much attention paid to us. So there's great concurrence that these numbers are crazy. And the only other thing I wanted to say is in paragraph 3, Ben, 1, 2, 3, yeah, midway through, it says Fairfax is in an area of relatively high fire risk, even compared to nearby jurisdictions. I think that could be differently qualified, and even compared to nearby jurisdictions, we could do a little better job with that, you know, in talking about how many one way in, one way out we have. And I think that it's not relative. It's pretty severe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of comment that I would have as well. That's thanks for pointing that specific thing out. Relatively high sounds like it's sort of kind of high, but not that high. And really what that should say is extremely high fire risk, and very quickly tie that with the fact that we also have extremely difficult evacuation.
You could refer to that report that came out last year about being the 13th most prone to being, oh, I don't want to misquote it, but being
13th worst for evacuation, I think, because of the one way in, one way out nature. I think I recall.
Yeah, they did a study of towns of population, I think, of 30,000 and under, and Fairfax was like ranked 13, and Sleepy Hollow was like 4th, and you know which one I'm talking about?
And actually, I disagreed with that conclusion, because as a longtime Sleepy Hollow person, Fairfax is a little bit more challenged than Sleepy Hollow in terms of the width of the road and things like that. But yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's a good reference.
Okay.
And that's one of the things I think when we go into our discussion about getting the state to change our fire hazard maps, is that when we have the evacuation study, I think that will underscore that point.
Great. Okay, everyone, thanks for all of that.
I'd like to make a couple of comments, and
Oh,
one
sorry.
is, yeah, in terms of how it relates to the evacuation in terms of fire. I mean, that will also be evident every day, that in terms of vehicle miles traveled, because those vehicle miles are all taking place on roads that cannot be expanded, and they're, you know, it's basically just a couple of routes in and out of town. And so that's not going to change either. ABAG has a long history of calling out really high initial arena numbers, and then, you know, this is at the front end of that process for the next chapter, unfortunately.
I think you need a motion to authorize you to
Yeah,
send the
I was
letter.
just waiting for John to finish. So would anyone like to make that motion?
Would there be any editing that would be done, or is this a motion to send it as is without, because we just talked about even one specific edit?
I think I'm just making a motion to let her send the letter and make whatever edits are needed. We're just authorizing her to send a letter, and she can make edits to it.
Okay. I'd be happy to make that motion. Yes.
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Ackerman, and a second, Hellman. Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler?
Aye.
Councilmember Hillman?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And thank you, everyone. So we are moving on to our 11:05. So let's go ahead and take up item number 9. And we'll begin with a staff report from Garrett.
Okay. Item 9 is receive a report on the police chief recruitment process and consider the appointment of an interim police chief in December to allow more community input into the process for a permanent replacement. So what we thought is background, we thought with the pending retirement of Chief Morin in December, we thought it'd be helpful just to have an informational item to be able to discuss what a typical recruitment process is for a police chief. And so typically, if you want to do an external recruitment, which can include internal applicants applying, you would hire a firm or an individual to do the recruitment. Normally, recruitment process could take 4 to 6 months. Use a recruiter. That could cost $25,000 to $30,000. Obviously, as the council, if you do an internal recruitment process, then really you don't need to hire a firm, and it's obviously a lot shorter type process, but you can still have interview process as we're going to describe. So the council typically can, if they like, prior to recruitment, do a survey of the community. They ask the community for comments on qualities they'd like to see in the next police chief. These are similar to surveys that are conducted for the next town city manager. Normally what happens is you get those comments back, and then as the council, you just consider that in the qualities you're thinking of your next police chief, and then that's what you incorporate into your recruitment brochure, as well as the interview questions you would come up with. So how it works is, assuming there's an external recruitment process, then after the application deadline, then what the firm does is they vet the candidates, and then they prepare a binder to the council, the top candidates they recommend that you may want to talk to. Then they have another list of those candidates are definitely worthwhile considering. Then they have the less qualified candidates, then they have everybody else. And typically how that works is the town manager, town council get together with the recruiter, narrow down the list, and you come up with a short list of people to interview, usually between 5 to 8. It really just depends. So how it works, then the interview process itself, for the first time, usually includes different panels. You'd have a community panel, you'd have a technical panel, and a town council panel. The community panel is where the community really participates in the process. Normally, the community panel is appointed either by the town manager or the town council, and that consists of residents, business representatives. That's where you would have representatives from town committees, such as the Res J. You could also have department head on it. It just really depends. But that's really, again, the mechanism where the community really participates on a community panel. The technical panel, that's like you would get other police chiefs, maybe another town manager, and they're really talking about the technical skills for the job. And then obviously the town council would interview all the candidates in the first round. In terms of the interview questions, normally once you decide on the panelists, then what we do is we ask panelists, are there questions you'd like to ask the applicants? We ask the council the same thing. Then the recruiter and the manager usually get together and try to whittle down the questions to set little questions, probably 10 to 12 questions at the most. And then how it works is each panel has a different set of questions, but they ask each candidate the same question. And the reason for that is the panels have different focuses. So for example, the community panel will probably ask more questions about the applicant's experience and approach to working with the community. Technical panel usually is about really technical skills related to policing. Then at the end, after you interview everyone, then all the panels and the council get together and then you talk about it. You get your feedback from the panels on the applicant's strengths and weaknesses. And then the town council gets together with the manager recruiter and we figure out, do we have a pool of top candidates? Hopefully you narrow it down to 2 to 4 candidates, then you invite them to the next process. And the next process usually is another series of information or interviews with the council manager and sometimes the department head of the organization. And so that's kind of the general recruitment process. Under our code, appointments of department heads, such as the chief, are made by the manager, but it is subject to ratification by the council. So in essence, the council's deciding who the next police chief is going to be. Obviously, an alternative to an open recruitment is if you have an internal candidate, you appoint an internal candidate. You wouldn't have the recruitment, but you could still have the interview process. You could still have community panels, technical panels, and council, but you're really only talking to, in this case, probably one person. So with that, that's kind of the general recruitment process. And so some of the things, when the chief Morgan retires in December, it's important to note the department needs a police chief. You can't operate without a police chief. You need that structure. So, but what we were thinking is that to kind of give the proper time and thought to the process for a permanent replacement, what the town could do is appoint an interim police chief in December. And so most logical and qualified internal candidate would be Lieutenant Tabaranza. He's been trained to be the second in command. He's been mentored by the chief to be his replacement ultimately in the future. And one of the things to really keep in mind that's really different with our chief compared to other chiefs is our chief actually serves as a watch commander. That's like a supervisor. He also serves as patrol. That's when he's wearing his uniform. He's actually the second officer that's on duty. And he does cover 911 dispatch. So if a dispatcher's out, maybe sick or needs a break, then he's doing that. That's not very common for police chiefs to have to do that. So that's why, in my mind, it makes perfect sense to appoint Lieutenant Tabaranza as the interim, because he has those skills, he knows his positions, and he can fill that. But more importantly, I think with that interim appointment, you would still have the leadership and structure that's needed for a police department. But then as the council, I think you would have a little more flexibility to wait for the Res J to maybe get started, be able to provide some feedback. You come up with other ways to have more community input, more thoughtfulness on terms of the.
Why are you saying just Res J?
Well, it's not Res J. I just use that as an example.
Okay, but I think that's misleading to the public because there's a lot of concern in the community that Res J, it's not just Res J. So could you?
Sure, but
clarify,
I
please?
think the reason part of it is for the Res J, I just want to acknowledge that part of what the Res J but what assignment was that they can form a police subcommittee to talk about different things. And once that committee's formed, I'm guessing they're going to have feedback to the council on different thoughts related to police operations and services. And we just wanted to acknowledge by putting an interim chief in and not doing a recruitment process right away, you've at least given that opportunity to receive that input in whatever form or fashion. How you actually make a decision, you have that input, but it's not saying that the Res J is making a decision. We just want to acknowledge we're giving a little more time to the process, because there's a little glitch here in that when you do the interim appointment in December, that will work for a few months. But at some point, what will happen is the department actually will be down one position. So you'll go from 10 officers to 9. Supervisors, in essence, you have 2 sergeants, lieutenant, and chief. That's 4. You'll go from 4 to 3. And what happens as a matter of practice is a lot of the supervising shifts will probably be filled with overtime, with either existing sergeants working longer shifts, or sometimes what you can do is create an acting sergeant, bumping someone up. But then what happens is you're still short some positions. So you're really going to have to look at overtime to fill that, which is okay in the short term. But what happens is when you have people working mandatory overtime for prolonged periods of time, they have a tendency to start to burn out, and that starts to affect the morale of the department. It's not anything the council needs to decide right at the second. It's just something to keep in mind of the process. Now, in terms of the costs, I anticipate that there will be significant salary savings from the retirement of the chief, because you'll have, in essence, one less officer. That probably can be used to offset some of the different overtime costs. And obviously for Lieutenant Tabaranza, he would get a bump in salary as the acting chief. That could probably all work out, but I think you really won't know until it's all in place and we do a mid-year budget review in March. And then at that point, we can figure out where we are from the cost perspective. So really for this evening, what I was saying was that what we like to do is for our process is that what we're recommending is hold off on the recruitment. And their staff recommendation would be appoint an interim chief, Lieutenant Tabaranza, in December, and that buys you a few months to decide what you ultimately want to do. That being said, council can decide to do whatever it likes to do really at almost any time. That's just what the staff recommendation is. And based on this evening, depending on your comments, then what would happen is we'd come back to you in December with the interim appointment because the council would have to ratify that. But it'd be good if the council is thinking of doing something else that we know now, so we have some time to put things together based on your direction. But that's pretty much the staff report on this item.
So just one question, Garrett. I think we're actually down more than one body. So when the police chief leaves and retires, we're down a body there because he fills in all the time. And he's very often wearing his uniform and he's serving as wearing many hats. So we lose a body there. And then appointing Lieutenant Tabaranza to interim means he is doing some extra duties. So it's at least, the longer we do that, we're down more than one body. We're down more like 1.5 bodies, because even though Lieutenant Tabaranza would be filling in, we would, by being police chief, part of that time, we'd lose more bodies. So I think it's a little more than that, but I think that was a great explanation. Thank you.
Wait, what was your last point that you just anticipated we would lose more bodies just by normal attrition, or?
No, when the police chief leaves, because he fills in as a police officer all the time,
right?
We already lose a body there. Okay, having Lieutenant Tabaranza as interim chief means that he's filling in as well as being chief, so maybe it's 1.5 bodies.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's confusing, but
no, I got
it. Our chief is so different.
Okay, so folks, before we go off on comments, let's ask any questions of Garrett on an excellent staff report. Thank you, Garrett. So then we can go to the public and then we can come back and talk.
Well, Garrett, that was very clear. And I just wanted to ask when Police Chief Ken Hughes retired and I believe recommended Chris Moran to become the next chief. What was the process used at that time? That might have been before your time, but I'm wondering if you can answer that question.
Yeah, it was before my time, but what Chief Moran said is the council interviewed him and then they appointed him.
Yeah.
It was just
that was essentially an appointment and an internal promotion, which is one of the options that you offered as far as what we might do in the longer term. So, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none up here, let's go on out to the public. And if I could ask, please, everybody out there who would like to speak, could you just raise your hands all at once so I can sort of gauge what we're talking about? Okay, 10. All right. Well, I'm looking at them growing numbers of people raising their hands. And, I feel very strongly about giving everybody 3 minutes to speak. And I have stayed steady with that. Having said that, I'm going to appeal to everyone out there. If you can make your point in less than 3 minutes, it would be great. If someone is already speaking your point, and I understand you want to amplify and lift up and echo, but if you could, it will not diminish the effect of someone's not speaking. So I'm trying to be clear, but it's 11:20, and I want to make this an effective process so that when we come back up, we can actually, do something.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Yes, and so please be mindful. And Garrett will use the timer. We'll start with 3. If hands keep coming up, I may need to adjust, but
let's go.
But I welcome you. Okay, first speaker, please.
First speaker is Richard Applebaum, followed by Valerie Hood, followed by Cindy Swift. Richard, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I don't see the issue of a new chief in policing in general the way a lot of others in town do. I don't see it as having to be conflicted, divisive, and contentious. I think we have a unique opportunity to learn and investigate with regard to the topic of public safety and to truly investigate more deeply what our needs here in Fairfax are and how best to meet those needs in terms of resources, skill sets, and philosophical approaches. Fairfax has taken pride in being a leader and model for other towns on things like smart meters, banning pesticides and spraying, green energy, fire-wise safety, 5G ordinance, approach to carbon reduction, and other things that people in this council personally care about. I personally would be thrilled to see Fairfax become a model for towns of 10,000 people or less in terms of implementing innovation and best current practices. Res J and the eventual subcommittee, I believe, will learn a lot and gather important data and be a first context to hear from the many views out in the public. If there's a short-term need for an interim chief from an administrative standpoint, then that's not mutually exclusive from taking the necessary amount of time and implement a transparent and fair process to get Fairfax the best next chief that can guide us into the future. There are a lot of new voices in Fairfax with input on this topic, and I think everyone should be heard clearly. Keep in mind, if you use a recruiter, as the town manager suggested, that you may be getting a recruiter that is fixed to an older model and not poised to consider any innovation. Won't be looking, for example, for candidates who have experience in other towns that have done innovation. I support a meaningful way to involve public input. I would add too that I don't think willingness to learn, review data, and open our thinking means that we necessarily lose 24/7 dispatch or weaken our safety. The transition to a new chief is a wonderful opportunity to be expansive and become a model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Valerie Hood, followed by Cindy Swift, followed by Chance Cutrano.
All right.
Valerie?
Thank you. I do hope Richard is correct, and I guess we'll wait and see how that happens. I would point out that we had a model town, and Chief Morin really characterized that, and how he was driven out of here has not been addressed by this council, but I think it should be at some point. My understanding is that you have only 2 officers on at any one time in a town of, I've heard, according to realtors, 9,500 people. So I think we really need to find out what is accurate, because when the whole thing came up about the guy who was the real estate people who were pushing the high price homes up on the wall property, which you guys finally dealt with, that's what realtors were saying. And when you read realtors around Marin, look and see for yourselves. We haven't had a real evaluation of our town population, and we need to. So is it true that we have 2 officers on at any one time for between 7,000 and 9,000 or maybe more residents? I think we need to know actually about that. And I would really like to hear tonight, if you are talking about having your new committee, which we don't know who they are, what is their expertise, please, in terms of why did you choose the people you did, and what makes them able to look at a job that is really complex, like a chief of police? I just want to know that. And I saw Stephanie shake her head and she doesn't like my comment. Too bad, Steph.
What you're talking about.
And excuse me, don't interrupt me, but just be not so rude, because it's really a pain. And then maybe you can clarify the points that I've made. Maybe you have some information that you can give us, because a lot of us are waiting to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy Swift, followed by Chance Cutrano and Naomi Alessandro Schultz. Cindy, I've unmuted you.
Thank you. I support the town manager's recommendation to appoint the lieutenant as our interim police chief. It's the logical approach and provides the continuity we need at this time. Thank you.
Is that it, Cindy?
That's it, short and quick.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next is Chance Cutrano, then Naomi Alessandra Schultz, followed by Brian Poindexter.
Good evening, Council. in preparation for this particular item, I went ahead and reviewed the International City County Management Association handbook for local government on selecting a police chief. And I just wanted to start by commending Town Manager Toy for the thoughtful strategy laid out in the staff report, in particular, the recommendation to increase flexibility and allow for a thoughtful, inclusive community process. That was well received. Based on my reading of that ICCMA handbook and coupled with this moment for pause and reflection on business as usual, I do believe that, like Cindy Swift was saying, the appointment of Lieutenant Tabaranza to interim police chief until we complete the selection process is the right move. Ideally, I agree, 3 to 4 months to avoid burnout. We spent 3 long months co-creating a process we should really be proud of. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee is a testament to our town's willingness to look in the mirror and see how we can be better. It would be a failure if this new committee were not really folded into this process. And furthermore, that ResJ committee should participate in the recruitment process from the start to ensure we're building public trust throughout the entirety of this process. As Richard said earlier, we shouldn't be beholden to the rigid models of the past. I'll conclude by just saying that, the best evidence shows us that strong partnerships with communities is the basis for public safety. And these partnerships build goodwill and they help us ensure legitimacy. I believe we would all benefit from the ability of residents, this new Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, and other technical panels to provide a wide variety of questions to any and all candidates, and then to make those answers available to the public so we have a really good sense of the folks that we're looking at. Thank you very much. I look forward to your consideration.
Okay, thank you so much, Chance. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Naomi Alessandra Schultz, followed by Brian Poindexter, followed by Mimi Newton.
Hi there, Council. Thank you for being here tonight and working so hard for our community. I appreciate your efforts to make this process transparent and open to community input. The timing of the police chief's retirement is auspicious. We all know that this year has raised so many questions about the culture and practice of policing. And we now understand that police systems must be examined in detail, systemic racism and bias rooted out. And where feasible, funds should be reallocated to new public safety models that can better ensure the safety and well-being of all community members. To address this need here in town, we've worked together over the past few months to ensure that the Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives Subcommittee is a vital part of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. It's essential that this subcommittee be a part of the review and approval process, as Chance just suggested, before a more permanent appointment can take place. If that means an interim assignment of Lieutenant Tabaranza needs to extend a bit longer, so be it. Any new police chief should be open, interested, and willing to cooperate with a movement toward alternative public safety models. But we need to look further than simply appointing a new police chief and calling it a day. The community survey suggested in the staff report is a great idea, but it must go further than asking what residents would like to see in the next police chief. This survey must not assume that residents want to continue with the same model that currently exists. Instead, a survey and listening sessions should be conducted that would allow people to weigh in more holistically on what they would like to see in an overall public safety model for our town, rather than defaulting to the status quo of armed police being the one-size-fits-all solution to every community problem. We can be a leader in rethinking new models of public safety and not default to business-as-usual police recruitment processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Next speaker, please.
Next is Brian Poindexter, followed by Mimi Newton, followed by Veronica Goretz.
Hello, Town Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I just wanted to add my support. I think I agree with everything that Chance and Naomi have said, so I'll try to keep this very short. One thing I would love to express is just a tremendous amount of gratitude so far for the extreme amount of visibility in who is composed of the Res J subcommittee and how that committee was arrived at. I think that's been a very, very clear process throughout. And for those folks who feel that it is secretive or not transparent, it seems to be kind of clear that they've not been involved for the last couple of months with that process. So thank you for that effort and all the folks that have been involved with that. Regarding this particular agenda item, I just want to express the one point I haven't heard very clearly yet. I think the Res J committee should actually have a very, very strong mandate and decision-making authority in the appointment of a police chief. We've heard how central policing is to racial equity and social justice, the name of that committee for this town. So it seems only fair to me that their decision-making, whether it is something as strong as vetoing a candidate for police chief, is a real way that we can demonstrate that we're making steps towards actually empowering folks on that committee rather than just having a token or symbolic committee. So that's the one thing I wanted to add to this discussion, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Brian. And thank you to everyone who's really keeping these concise and very clear comments. Appreciate it. Okay, next speaker.
Next is Mimi Newton, followed by Veronica Goretz, followed by Joe McGarry. Mimi, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle. Good evening, council members. And I will be very brief. I want to echo what Cindy Swift and others have said about supporting the recommendations by the manager for the appointment of the lieutenant as the interim chief. Thanks, you guys, for burning the midnight oil, and I'm done.
Thank you, Mimi. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Veronica Goretz, followed by Joe McGarry, followed by Dee Lee. Veronica, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle. Hello again, everybody. Almost good morning. I also want to voice my appreciation for Town Manager Toy's very transparent and thorough proposal, and support the suggestion of an interim police chief so that the subcommittee of the Res J that is focused on policing and public safety alternatives can indeed, as Town Manager Toy suggested, not in his write-up, but in his oral presentation to you all, be a very central part of the arms that get to weigh in on who becomes the police chief. And also just want to honor Renee. I really appreciate that in the beginning of the council meeting in general, that you lifted up the reality that members of the community might feel a little bit frustrated or worried about pushing forth the 5-year relationship with contracting out with Ross and the other department, because there's this feeling that so many of us have been investing a lot of time and energy in trying to shape an alternative public safety model that includes the needs and the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And that is indeed exactly why I applied for the Res J committee, to try to make sure that we're doing that in the way that we function as a town as best as possible, and specifically in regards to policing. So thank you for listening, and I will stop talking now.
Thank you, Veronica.
Mm-hmm.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Joe McGarry, followed by Deborah Benson. Joe, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Yeah, thanks for being here so late. Yeah, I'd just like to echo the gratitude for the town manager's report, and it's a great start to this process of looking at things, through a non-traditional way. And so I really appreciate all the options that are in here, and I'll just kind of chime in on some of my thoughts specific to that staff report. and the opportunities that I think come out of it. That I think we've all seen and acknowledged that the tie between policing, the institution of policing in our country, and systemic racism, and it's we've come to acknowledge that, and I think that it's really important work in light of what the town has committed to through the formation of the Res-J, to do the work ourselves and go through this process and be a little uncomfortable, and not use an outside recruitment process. I think it's really important for our growth as a town, for the leaders council, to go through this process. The idea of, and I think the opportunity is there to really be non-traditional, and really look at things in a completely new way, and a lot of the ways that Garrett outlined, in the survey, that not only what the town folks want in terms of the qualities of a police chief, but maybe a broader discussion in the survey around what they want, what are their public safety priorities, and even to the technical panel, the possibility of thinking really big and getting some of the leaders in new thought within the criminal justice system. We got Chesa Bodine, across the bridge, and we've got Fan now down in Sunnyvale, some real progressive thinkers in terms of public safety that we could just really think big here. And then as a lot of people have said, I think it's really, really important that the police practices and public safety alternatives subcommittee be an integral part of this. And lastly, we're very fortunate to have Lieutenant Tabaranza, and I wholeheartedly support him being the interim, and I encourage us to be wide open with that and let the process run, because the department will be in good hands with him, as long as even if it were to take 6 months or even longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Ziana. Deborah, you're unmuted.
I appreciate the comments from the previous speaker. I totally support the Lieutenant Tabaranzo as being the interim police chief and perhaps the next police chief. I have problems with the efforts of the Res-J committee to affect the next police chief. I wonder if the rest of the population of Fairfax has the same effort to have the same power. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
Next is Ziana, followed by Elias Karkabi. Ziana?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we
Hi,
gotcha.
Council, thanks for being here with us at 11:42 p.m. Tonight, so I'll make it quick. Yeah, I support a lot of what has already been said tonight. And just quickly, I think that we, where we stand right now, just allow for this process to be flexible and to not set rigid deadlines for when, if we appoint an interim chief, when we want an official chief to be hired, just so that there's a lot, we have full time for the subcommittee of the ResJ, the Policing and Public Safety Alternative Committee, to be formed and to, create a community process with that committee of how we feel as a community about public safety and the model that we want to go forward with. And for that committee with community input to be able to make a decision to bring to council. And that can be a part of the process of what this police chief move looks like. So yeah, that's really what I want to say. Thank you all.
Okay, thanks, Yana. And one last speaker.
There might be one more because we have someone who is trying to raise her hand, but it's not coming up. So I'm just it's Jane Richardson, and I'll call. Oh, no, it just pops up and goes down. So I'll call on her after. Elias, your turn.
Hi, good evening. I'll try to keep my comments brief. So I want to just kind of bring the conversation back a little bit to why people are so interested in a change in policing practices. And I think a really good example of that, as one of the callers brought up earlier, drugs, and I spoke a little bit on that. Since 2012, overdoses due to opioids has more than doubled. And the cause of that is fentanyl, which is a drug that has become popular because it can be condensed to such a small quantity and still be extremely potent. So 1 gram of fentanyl can kill 200 people or more. And so we're talking about a drug that a couple of milligrams is fatal. And one of the reasons it's become so popular is because of drug prohibition. Strict policing practices that have made it convenient for people to push a very, very dangerous drug because you can hide it almost anywhere. It only takes a teeny tiny dose of this drug to get the high that people would get from regular heroin. So this is one of the reasons why we're saying we need to reinvestigate the way we look at policing practices, because there have been serious negative side effects to the way that we police our system and the way that we police our fellows. And I want to say that the reason we formed the ResJ as a town was because we wanted to center the voices of people who have been systemically disenfranchised. And that's just absolutely so important, because so many of the people who don't get to have their voices heard, who haven't historically had the power to speak up or feel safe speaking up at town council meetings, have been people of color, especially Black people, Indigenous people. Fairfax is a corridor to a wealth of public spaces. And so I hope that the town council thinks about more than just speaking to the Fairfax public, but also speaking to neighboring communities. People of color don't feel safe coming through here because of the history of racism and because of recent experiences with racism in our town. People need to feel safe to go to the beach. They need to feel safe to use Mount Tam, to explore up there, to have birthday parties there. People can't come from the and feel safe doing that if they're worried about racism from our police. So I hope you consider that.
Okay, thank you, Elias. Do we have any other speakers, Michelle?
Yes, we do. It's just that her hand isn't working. So I'm going to call on Jane Richardson Mack.
Okay.
You're
Can you
unmuted.
hear me?
Yep, sort of.
I have had a problem.
Thank you so much for taking me. I've been patiently waiting. I too would like to support Garrett Toy's recommendation for Lieutenant Rico Tabaranza to be the interim police chief. I would also hope that he would get a fair shake and be considered to be a permanent chief of police for Fairfax. We've had I've been very proud of and happy with our current police department. I think they kind of got wrapped up in a bad rap with a lot of other bad police from all over everywhere else. I would hope that somehow that not only the Res committee will be the only ones considered. I hope the entire community has a voice in what happens. We make up a large part of the community, and not to diminish or dismiss the Res committee at all, but I don't think they should be the driving force of what happens. Certainly a loud voice and certainly paid attention to, but not by any means the only voice. There's a lot of considerations here. I feel safe in Marin, in Fairfax with our police department. I don't want to change that. I like the way they've been. I don't mind there being changes added, but I don't want to feel less safe because they are being weakened in a lot of different ways. And I won't go into all of that, but anyway, I also hope that we don't have to spend all that money on facilitators from someplace else and go far and wide looking for things that the police, Lieutenant Rico Tabaranza has been hands-on. He knows our community, he knows our town, he knows how it works, how it runs. He's had a firsthand hands-on experience. So I think he can certainly prove himself in an interim time, but I do hope that he would be considered for a permanent position as well. And I do hope this can be filled internally if at all possible. And thank you very much for your time and staying up so late and your service. And thanks for listening to me. Good night.
Thank you, Jane. Good night. So we're bringing it back here, you all, and would somebody like to share your thoughts and see if we can move through a process and consider the recommendation?
Well, I think that was refreshingly clear. This might be a pretty simple consensus at this stage that all we have to decide right now is to ask the Lieutenant Tabaranza to step into the position of interim chief. That's the only decision that we're actually making tonight, right? And it sounds like there's support for that. I certainly support that.
Anyone else? Barbara?
I think we have kind of two decisions to make, which is, and I support appointing Lieutenant Tabaranza as interim. I think some things that people don't know is he has a bachelor's degree and he also put himself through school to get a master's degree. He's highly educated and he has really spent the time in this town, similar to Chief Moran before him, who spent 10 years in this town. So I think he will be excellent. I also feel very strongly that we do need to move along in this process. I'm supportive of the community panel, the technical panel. I think the community panel should include a couple of folks from the Res-J, but also from other community members. We have a broader range of folks, businesses, etc. And I think the other thing we have before us is whether or not we would do an internal recruitment. I'm hearing that folks are interested in looking beyond just what we have here. And I would recommend that we use a recruiter. We can certainly get input into what the recruitment looks like before we send it out. But it's a lot of work to do a recruitment, and it's a lot of materials. It's not something we should put on staff, nor council or community members, but they can certainly have input to what we're looking for. So I think we need to move forward with Lieutenant Tabaron's as interim. I don't think it should be for as long as it takes. I think we should really look at a window of time similar to what a town manager has suggested. And I think we should use an external recruitment group. We did something like this at Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, who listened not only to our technical advisory group, but also to some citizens in putting together those materials. So I think we can do this and integrate community people as well as a technical panel and move forward. Thank you.
I have comments. I agree with a lot of what Barbara just said, so I'll piggyback on. Let me just echo what I agree with. I think a community panel absolutely to include Res J, but also a much broader and diverse set of community. So I would include all of the committees and small business and other community members. I'm absolutely in favor of Lieutenant Rico Tabaronza as an interim. I've met with him. I think the Chief Morin did an excellent job in grooming him, and Rico is open-minded. He's committed. He drives 2 hours to get here every day, and he's pretty extraordinary, as many of you know. So I'm very impressed with him and his commitment to our town. I feel the need to do some level setting based on some commentary I'm hearing, and quite frankly, a very misguided and misconstrued narrative that's happening in the community around Res J from, and I hate to say it, both sides, right? So first, let me just say that being anti-racist, from my perspective anyway, does not mean you're anti-police. It means you're anti-racist. So the Res J committee has not met yet. We went through a very rigorous and extremely transparent process of interviewing 24 candidates. We selected 11, and Bruce and myself are on the committee as well. All the names of the committee members have been on the public website for almost 2 months now. So I don't know, Val, I apologize for being rude to you, but you're misinformed. And we've been extremely, extremely transparent about the interviewing process, the selection process, and everybody was coming to this committee because they care about this town and they're anti-racist. Some of them are, like Veronica shared, you know, she's interested in the policing. She may or may not be on the subcommittee for, you know, police practices. And that gives me pause. So some of the people on the committee are very focused on police practice. Others are not. Others are interested in community education, community engagement, and there's policy work to be done. And that is where the real work needs to get done to create lasting change. Systemic change is the policy work, right? So there are activists in our community that are very focused on police, and they may want to dismantle the police. They may want to defund the police. I personally have never used the word defund. There are trolls online using that word that I have never used. And so I would just really appreciate people sticking to the facts, letting the Res J meet, letting us team build, letting us create a vision, a mission, a goal. We have a lot of work to do. And Ziana, I thought you were very articulate in you saying, allow us the flexibility and we need the full time. We need enough time to create some proposals. And I'm afraid, quite honestly, that we don't, the committee's not going to have enough time to develop those. We have to pore over data. Some of the activists are out there misinterpreting the data. The data that the time that I spent with Rico Tombaranza, he explained to me that there's so much misinformation out there right now in terms of how the activists are interpreting the data. And we need the Res J. We need to help the police share what's going on. We need to come together and listen and pore over the data. We need to compare it to what's happening at the national landscape level. And we need to create solutions that are Fairfax specific. We don't have a murder rate in Fairfax. We're not Minneapolis. We're not Portland. We're not Los Angeles. We're Fairfax. And I just want to be really clear. I'm really worked up about this because there's just so much noise on, like I said, both sides, and a lot of it's really misinformed. So once again, Barbara, I agree with you on the interim hiring of Rico. I'd like a broad community panel. And I don't think it can't exceed 6 months because I'm very concerned about the burnout factor. I think that's very real. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is the misunderstanding about overtime. Garrett and the chief offered up the overtime. That was not something that the Res J committee requested because we hadn't even been officially formed yet. So that's another piece of misinformation that's out there. But I also wanted to highlight for the community that we would reconvene in March. And this proposal was put together with the OT in mind. So, and Garrett, you and I talked about that, right? That there's enough budget in place to support, to offset this recommendation, right?
Garrett, are you here?
Oh, sorry. I yes, you're correct. Councilmember Hellman is correct. I didn't know.
If there was an emergency and we needed the police to evacuate, God forbid, of course we would allocate the funds to support overtime. I mean, we're not going to leave the community high and dry. This is also a narrative that's being spun out there that we don't have enough funds to support overtime should the police be needed in an evacuation. Could you confirm that as well?
Oh, sorry, my clock's going off. Thanks, Renee, for the clock. Yes, that is correct. PD would operate as they would at any time, calling officers as needed, overtime as needed. And again, during mid-year budget reviews, when you review it to see if you need to allocate more funds or if things are looking fine. But overtime would never be a barrier for public safety. You need officers would come in, officers would work. That's never a restriction for anything related to public safety, whether it's fire, dispatcher, or officers.
Thank you. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. I really appreciate those comments because I think that's some of the things that the public was asking for, was to try to address the divisions that are happening in this community around this, and that those were some good comments to try to address them. We are in fact seeing a lot of misinformation, and I have
more misinformation than facts.
Yeah, and that sometimes happens, and it's happening around this. And I think a lot of it is really coming from the activists who are painting Fairfax with the same brush as Minneapolis or Boston or some of the other places that.
Well, I'm being spun as anti-police, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, so we are we're going to get through this, and I hope that the ResJ will, one of the things the ResJ will do is to learn a lot more about how our current police operates. And I think when we do, we will find that it doesn't, defunding is nowhere near what we want to do. We want to be thinking about how to improve things and how to continue along the lines of real, true community policing. And there's obviously improvements that can be made. There's more ideas that can be had, but the idea isn't to rip the police out by the roots. The idea is to deal with racism by the roots. So thank you. I appreciate your comments.
You're welcome.
John, did you have some comments?
Yeah, they're pretty much along the same lines, and I would like to echo Bruce and Stephanie. I mean, I think that, yes, we need a lot of input from a lot of different parts of the community. You know, it's, you can call it technical board and different parts, business community or whatever. But yeah, this is a learning process that we're all going through. And I think that Lieutenant Tavaranza fits in well with our town, and, you know, has been, and I gotten to know him pretty well over the years, and I respect him quite a bit. I think he's quite dedicated, and, you know, obviously we want to it's a balance of taking action before burnout. And it may well be that we don't have a conclusion from the community on exactly what we're settled out at, when we might fill from underneath. I mean, we've been an officer down for years, you know, and so it may be relieving overtime. You know, we may find that there's a new recruit that we can bring in at the bottom level to give relief that way towards, you know, overtime use, so we don't burn out the officers that we have while we go through this process. And that was the only other thought that I had that I haven't heard bring up here, but most of the ideas that I've heard here I support very much so.
And I will add in that regard that Chief Moran, as he retires, has stated that he would be happy to work as a fill-in person, a reserve person. And since he obviously is in the position of being able to fill in absolutely any position in the department, because that's what he already does, I can't speak for how many hours he might like to work, but there is one option there to help with filling shifts in.
Well, that's pretty good news.
Yeah.
Barbara, are you ready to speak, or are you?
I believe I already spoke and said, let's appoint Rico interim. Let's move forward with a recruitment firm when it's the right time. And I already covered this. And then in the community panel, it's ResJ might be part of that, or would be part of that, but that we need to get a broad group. It's very similar to what Stephanie said after I spoke. Right. So I'm done.
I just had a quick question before I make a couple brief comments. Is the recruitment process, when you say to hire a recruitment firm, what if we're looking in our interim situation is functioning well, and we decide let's go through the process with the committees and the panelists, and, you know, and really, you know, put Rico through that process, then we don't need to hire an outside recruitment agency.
Okay, well, I think that's if we decided to not recruit for people elsewhere and we would just do internal, then we wouldn't hire a recruitment firm. And so what I'm saying that I don't know what I'm hearing on that, but I think we have to make a decision at some point. If we are going to do an external recruitment, we cannot have staff try to handle that. It's too much work to collect all those applications. At MWPA, we had 81 applications.
No, I understand. I guess, Barbara, my point is that when you said we have two things before us tonight, one was to talk about recruitment, and I'm sensing that's premature because.
I think it might be, but I guess one of the concerns I have is we continue to drag this process out. We don't have a ton of time. And if we say tonight we appoint Rico and the chief is gone December 16th, are we taking this up December 3rd? Or if whoever's ever left on the council and saying, oh, now we hire a recruiter. We've already talked about, most of us, that we don't want to have Rico acting for a period of 6 months, which would be burnout. So I'm saying, I think we need to either decide, are we going to do an external recruitment? We could always change our mind on that. But I think tonight, in reading the staff report, I hear Garrett asking, would you like to do an external recruitment? Would you like to stay with internal? And if you do an external, then you would hire a recruitment firm for upwards of $30,000. And I think we should move forward and make that decision, which in December we could decide we don't need to do that. But I think we need to start looking for, moving forward rather than having yet another agenda item on this. Let's kind of pull the trigger, and we could always call it off. But we don't have a lot of time because 6 weeks, 8 weeks will be over soon.
May I comment? Garrett, did you have something for clarification?
Yes, just for clarification. I wasn't necessarily asking for direction on the recruiter, but one option is I could ask for RFPs and proposals from recruiters, so you have that option whenever it would be. The appointment of Lieutenant Tamburanza wouldn't happen until December, but at least you would have that option in December to say where you'd like to be, and we would actually save a lot of time because I would already have the proposals from recruiters for that option.
Okay, I think I'm approaching this slightly differently. I feel as though to make a decision about whether we're going to recruit from the outside while we're right now working toward appointing an interim with someone who is definitely inside is premature. And I understand you wanting to tee it up, Barbara, and maybe Garrett with your wanting to collect some RFPs, but to put out an RFP, I feel like it's
premature to what?
I don't think that 6 months is unreasonable in terms of if we want to do this process. And I think this process is going to have to be done really, really delicately and carefully. And it's new. We're in a completely and totally new time. And what I agree with the activists about, as you guys are calling them, is that we have this blank canvas to some extent. And I've talked to other mayors who are dealing with losing their police chiefs right now. And I think a lot of us are thinking the same way and listening to, one, fiscally, and two, the community that's come forth, that we want to take the time to do things differently. And I don't mean in any kind of a, dismantling or overthrowing or getting rid of, but a reimagining is a really important word right now, and it shouldn't be threatening. I think that right now the idea that I can't remember, maybe it was Joe that brought it up, that said that we need to really get a good sense from our community, all members of our community, if they have different priorities about public safety and what that looks like. It's being talked about everywhere. It will look different here than anywhere else. I'm not comparing ourselves to Oregon or Minnesota, but I do think we have to have space for it. And I've also spoken with the chief, and the external recruitment process is a big deal, and it doesn't tend to maybe be the best way to do it. In terms of
Renee, I completely disagree. we're looking at a new council December 3rd or whatever date that is. And, you know, Rico would be appointed starting December 16th or 17th. I'm not sure the chief's exact date. I also ran the Measure F campaign. So if you're looking at doing something like consolidating, you're going to have to take that to the voters. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not calling anyone an activist. What I'm just saying is, what is wrong with letting Garrett get an RFP out, which you could always stop? I mean, we just don't have significant amount of time. Our November agenda is going to be full. December 3rd will be a new council. Maybe it'll be some of the same people. Maybe it won't. Maybe I won't be sitting here. But come on, we can only drag these things out. So let Garrett start an RFP. And, you know, a recruitment firm doesn't tell you what to do. They just get the word out more easily and about, you know, to the right candidates. And so maybe Stephanie wants to weigh in, but I just don't know why we're dragging our feet on starting the process.
So a couple things. Renee, I'm uncomfortable committing on behalf of the Res J, but I do believe we will be surveying on what you're talking about. That is my hope. And I also think that you can tell the recruitment company what criteria they should be looking for. So you can ask the community, hey, community, what's our priorities in a new candidate, right? If that's changed from 20 years ago, then, you know, feed them the characteristics that you want, or what, you know, what it is that we're looking for, right? So I'm back to the 6-month thing. You know, things just take so long. Recruiting and hiring takes so long, and I've been doing it a long time, and so I just worry that I think that burnout thing is that burnout consideration is very real. It's gonna 6 months will go like that, and we need to be prepared.
So
and the Res J committee will be lucky to have our ducks in a row with, you know, alternatives in the 6 months time frame. Very, very lucky. There's a lot of work to be done.
I'm sorry, but just to finish, and then John, I'll stop talking. But I respectfully, Barbara, disagree that we're dragging our feet. I think we have only learned about all of these changes and new opportunities in the last 2 months or month, really. I wholeheartedly support Rico as our interim. I think it's a perfect transitional point, and I have an incredible amount of respect for him and value our relationship. That's not really the point. The point is that to go to a recruiter and say, well, this is what we want, this is what we don't want, before the community and the world has changed to bring to us what it is that they want, is premature. As I said, I agree we can't drag our feet out. I understand how much it costs each month that goes by and what we'll incur. But I do believe that we're pushing in a way where there needs to be left some space for new creation. And so if Garrett wants to get an RFP out and we can start collecting without spending money on it, then great. Let's see what's out there. But I would hate to really get ourselves deep into a process before we really hear from the community in a new way, not just at a listening session, but the survey. It has to look different than any previous survey that we've ever done. What does the characteristic of a police chief in today's age, what are those characteristics? And like someone said, we don't know what we're going to get from the outside. It could be we ask for someone compassionate and anti-racist, and we get goodness only knows what. So I agree. We should start, but I want it to start with a clean palette and a blank canvas with our community, and I mean everyone inclusively. I'm not just giving it over to people who are making a lot of noise, but I really believe.
How do you intend to do that? how do you intend to do that?
Well, I mean, if Garrett says in the staff report that we would use a survey. At first I thought, why do we want a survey? Everyone's going to say, well, I want someone strong and brave and has integrity and honest. But someone said, we could learn and glean a lot from a survey if it's done properly. So that's a beginning. I'm looking for a process that everyone can get together around. Anyway, I'll stop. It is getting late and I'm going on my philosophical road, but I do think we need space. Bruce?
Well, I'm confused, I guess, as to what it is that this is a good discussion. I'm really glad we're having it. But as far as specifically what it is we're trying to decide, it seems like it's just between whether to let Garrett go ahead and do what he just suggested, which sounds like it would be at no cost and with no commitment. I want to confirm that, to put out an RFP and just collect some RFPs and put them in a stack in his office and not do anything with them yet, just in case we decide to go with a recruitment firm. That's one side. It sounds like Barbara is saying that that would be a good thing to do because we don't want to drag this out for too long and we don't know whether we're going to need a recruitment firm. I hope that we don't, but I do agree and totally agree that we need to open up this conversation with the ResJ and with the community. And I hope that it's a creative one. And I hope that a survey is only part of it, but really a creative conversation that opens up ideas that I haven't had yet, opens up ideas that maybe none of us have had yet, that really comes up with what we think might be improved, what we think we already like about the way policing and public safety is done in Fairfax. And that conversation, I don't want to rush the conversation, but at the same time, we're feeling a little pushed because of the fact that our police force will be down by one officer with a new chief, and there'll be a possible burnout situation. I'm hoping that that isn't too bad. What I've heard in fairly considerable time that I've spent talking with people on the force, including Chief Morin and Rico, the major concern is not burnout of the number of hours. The major concern is being severely demoralized by the names they're being called and by the things that are being said about them, by their perception of a lack of support by certain people in the community, although they get a lot of support from a lot of people in the community. So that's what I hear going on in that part of the building, is that people are hanging in there and hoping that the community settles down to remembering that they are really trying to do a very, very, very good job. And I believe everybody in there is really good people. And what I look forward to is for the community, the ResJ, the people who come to the ResJ meetings, all the people who are passionate, absolutely passionate about doing something at this moment in history, really making a change, as we should be. But I want those passionate people to meet these other passionate people, the people who are in our Fairfax police force, who are passionate about the fact that we have an absolutely different police force. We have a police force that is really trying to be way above normal policing. And my thanks go out to many previous people on the Fairfax Town Council and mayors who have created this for us, that we have this in Fairfax. So I think we have an embarrassment of riches here, but unfortunately an argument that seems like it's going on in town. We have people who are feeling insulted by other people when actually maybe if they get to know each other as human beings, they would discover that they have a lot more in common. And out of that, maybe a creative process could happen to be able to transition into whatever is next. Now, in the process, in the midst of all this is my that's my hope for the Res J process. That's what I would like to see in a nutshell, if that was clear. In the midst of this, which creativity takes time, you know, you have to kind of let it happen, let people bond, let people get to know each other, let people think things through, let people sleep on it, let the process happen. But in the meanwhile, we've been presented with this unfortunate time element, in that we are perceiving that, well, we now are losing our long-term police chief, and we fortunately have a wonderful replacement who will do a fantastic job as an interim appointment. So that's great. But we're still putting ourselves in a position right now, it sounds like, of saying, well, we have to hurry through this process because of this burnout situation. So that's kind of, it doesn't sound like it's the end of the world. It sounds to me like I'm still pretty hopeful that this could come out well. And again, what my perception is, not to try to speak for other people, but my perception has been that the main thing going on in the police department is not the concern of having too many overtime hours. The main thing going on in the police department right now is the concern about whether the community is behind them or not. So that's the thing we should focus on resolving.
Okay.
And if we want to get RFPs, that's fine. But beyond that, I'm not really clear what else we're even deciding right now. I would be fine with me if we got RFPs or if we didn't, but what else are we talking about right now?
Okay, John?
Okay. I mean, and if what we're talking about is getting RFPs and they're free and they're going to sit on the shelf, I'm not against that. But I got to say, I have had bad experiences with it. I mean, through the fire department, you know, we went through this process to try to hire a fire chief a number of years ago. You know, and basically when you're a small entity such as ourselves, you're kind of dealing, we didn't have a lot of good choices to pick from at the outset. And then basically the good choices that we chose, you know, that we agreed on, those people decided they didn't want to work in a little district such as ours. You know, we ended up with somebody who I felt was a bad hire, and it didn't work out too well. And now I'm very happy that we've gone back to a situation where there's, in essence, we've hired internal to the county, and that we have Jason Weber, who I think is an excellent fire chief. With our community policing model that we have here, you know, we basically, all of the 8 points, and they say you should shoot at this sort of things and solve these things. We solved all the 8 of those, you know, I don't need to repeat that too much, but we hired internally before. For our police chief, you know, I mean, and we have a very good policing model and a very good police structure where people care about it. And frankly, we are, you know, people have said, oh, we're not Minneapolis or Portland. We are pretty unique, and we're very, very lucky to have the police force that we have, I believe. And if you're talking about doing something that's new and progressive and different than the rest of the country, we've got an excellent foundation here. I mean, sure, to get ideas from everybody and talk about it. Yes, we may be able to improve things, but recognize what a good thing that we've got already. And I am very supportive of hiring internally. I think that's a good approach because, frankly, I don't think there's a lot of other models out there that we can say, hey, they're so much better than we are. I mean, a lot of things we develop here because we put a lot of thought and energy into it. The danger I think that we have is something that Bruce spoke to, is that we have, I mean, I'm not on the ResJ committee, so I'm listening to the people that are on the committee saying, well, there's a range of people there that want to do different things with that committee. I also think that there's a range of people within Fairfax, and we need to all talk and listen to each other and respect each other's opinions, and probably find out that most of us agree on some really basic things. And, you know, that the qualities that we're looking for our community are generally here, and we may be able to augment them, but it's usually through communication and talking stuff out, which does take time. I also am not, that's the earlier questions that I asked about filling, you know, recruiting somebody at the bottom, hearing that Chief Morin is willing to put in a few hours here and there, who knows how much. That's very reassuring to me in terms of burnout levels. And, you know, sure, having some RFPs on the shelf is a good idea. I don't think we need to race to get them on the shelf, because I think it'll take us some time, and we should give it some time, because it's well worth giving time to evolve to a good place. And I support Rico as a interim, and, you know, probably if it evolves to that place, as a police chief also.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. One thing I just wanted to share real brief, that in most of the statements that Chief Morin has put out and the conversations I've had, one of the words he uses when he talks about Rico, or he talks about people coming to him and asking for change, is that there's always room for improvement. And Rico is young, and I think Chief sees him as an opportunity for improvement and change and a new way of seeing things. And so I would be honored to support his interim appointment. And I do believe that we'll have a process going forward that will be satisfying and inclusive, and I hope will bring us together. And that's all I wanted to say. So let's see, Garrett, what do you need from us officially at this point? Just our consensus that we would like to see Rico as the interim?
Yes, actually, based on all your comments, you really don't need to take any action other than know in December I'll come with the interim appointment of Lieutenant Tabaranza as the interim police chief. In terms of the other things, that, you know, I can obviously get some proposals from firms. That'll take some time. That's no big deal. There's no costs. And really, at this point, you don't need to take any other action at this time. I do know, based on your council comments, that I would think on December we would have a check-in to see where you're at. Hopefully at that point, the ResJ will have had a chance. We'll definitely meet once. Maybe they have a chance to meet again. And then, you know, I assume you'll get reports from Vice Mayor Ackerman and Councilmember Hellman, and then maybe that can start the dialogue about what you would want to do. I still think you have time to decide. So, you know, December might be the time to start talking about it a little bit more, but you'll definitely have some time to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, everyone. So it's 12:30.
Thank you all. That was a really good discussion. It was triggered by a relatively simple decision, as Garrett put it, but it was a good discussion. So thank you all.
Cool. Thank you. We were going to receive an update. Are you guys up for that, or do you believe we should move that to the special meeting that we've scheduled on the 21st? I'm going to leave that to you. And also, I'm afraid there may be people on this call who did not hear how we rearranged the agenda. Just to let people know, we will be finishing with this item unless we continue it. So we won't be taking up anything new after item 11.
We continued item.
The ResJ is meeting on October 26th, and the special meeting is the 21st.
Okay.
I know you asked Bruce and Stephanie, but I have a couple of questions.
Oh,
we go ahead and talk about it because you said you had questions.
Oh, so you do want to open this item?
I would.
Yeah, I think because if we wait till the 21st,
then
we
won't.
5 days before the meeting. Okay.
You're right. Okay, so let's go ahead and take it up. So it sounds like we should have some staff report, and then Barbara had some questions, and others may as well. So Garrett, do you want to give us a staff report?
Oh, I can, or
Steph or
Ackerman or Councilman or Hellman might want to just give a staff report. It's really up to them. I can summarize the supplemental, or they could just jump right into it and share their thoughts.
Yeah.
It wasn't printed as part of the packet, so I have to pull up, sorry, I have to pull up the online. 1 second.
So, yeah, I have it here. But basically, we interviewed 2 people, and Stephanie and I interviewed 2 people, and after talking with possibly 5 people or groups, facilitation groups, there were only 2 out of those 5 that were really available in the time frame that we needed, and consider this to be something they might be interested in. So we interviewed both of them.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Ackerman, I forgot. There's the 11:30 rule you take action on.
Right. So would someone like to move that we waive the 11:30 rule as it's 12:30?
I'll move that we waive the 11:30 rule and talk about this item.
Okay. So is anyone second?
Second.
Okay.
Barbara got it.
Reed, second Kohler, Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Bruce, Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Stephanie or Bruce, did you want to continue?
Stephanie, go ahead. If you've.
Yeah, so as Bruce said, so I provided the description of the ResJ committee and what we were looking for in terms of facilitation to DEI firms, and they're provided there in the staff report, the Ready Set Interaction Institute for Social Change, the Rabin Group, and then also there's 2 local facilitators that were recommended. One was Jamir Reynolds, and he's executive director of Marin City Cooperation Team, and he's director of community engagement for Marin City's Sausalito School District. And then Lisa Jimenez is also local. She lives in San Geronimo, and she's a DEI expert and does a lot of equity work in the public schools, as well as I know her personally through some community equity groups that I'm in. So that's how I knew of her work and encouraged her to apply or told her about the position. And so I did hear back from 2 firms. One of them said they wouldn't have anyone available until December. The word on the street, if you will, is that there's such high demand for this work. And I heard that from colleagues in Mill Valley as well. There's such high demand for this work that, it's kind of like get in line, right? So one of the firms said, we can't even begin to talk to you till December. And the other one said, we might be able to work with you, but similar time frame, and they couldn't guarantee that they would have somebody local. we felt that that was really important. We really didn't want to pay for, you know, travel and hotel and that kind of thing. So that was sort of how we got down to the two local candidates who we felt both were extremely strong. And we felt really good about, you know, having local people to really understand, you know, the dynamics here. And we just felt that was really important. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Bruce.
So yeah, so we interviewed Jamir and we interviewed Lisa Jimenez in that order. We really liked both of them. They're both very strong candidates. And but then when we talked afterwards, we both agreed right away that we thought Lisa was a good choice. From my point of view, I'd say Lisa specifically seems to have the facilitator. That's primarily what she does is facilitation. Jamir is I would say an activist, has done a lot of great work in Marin City and Sausalito, and has also been involved here in Fairfax, has spoken here in Fairfax, and so there's he has some connection with people here. But Lisa, in terms of her, the things she said throughout the interview seemed to indicate that she really had a lot of handle on how she would, the kind of techniques that she would use in a specifically facilitation role. And so we would recommend her.
Yeah, I mean, she provided illustrative examples of, you know, handling a diverse set of stakeholders, like handling very difficult community situations that she's had to facilitate through policy solutions. She demonstrated a command of understanding public policy and the Brown Act, which is absolutely critical. She, you know, talked about, you know, we asked questions about teamwork and communication and subject matter expertise and integrity and transparency. She offered up a whole, and I know this from my experience with her, she has at her disposal and through her training and experience, you know, a whole toolkit and discipline of, you know, facilitation skills, as Bruce offered, that I think is going to be really helpful. She clearly knows how to use both the quantitative, so using data, and the qualitative. She really enjoys grassroots community, and she understands, you know, she talked about this being messy work, and she you know, she's been to all of our listening sessions. She listened to all the interviews. She knows what she's getting into, and she's ready. I do think that Jamir has some very relevant experience specific to the police, that and I love his I've heard him speak several times, and his TED talk was amazing. I hope there's opportunity for us to partner with him. And the police work, as I said, is, I think, very relevant. And so I'm hoping, like I said, that there's opportunity, but that would be up to the committee. So
at this point, Lisa has provided us with the scope of work and beginning of a proposal that you see in your packet, and that's as far as we've gotten at this point. It's kind of the next step is for Garrett to talk with Lisa, and that's what Garrett can speak to how he might approach that. But the we're thinking the first priority would be to just get an interim contract set up to where Lisa can go forward with the first meeting, and then by the time we get beyond that, we'll have a clearer, longer term contract or whatever. We're not looking at this. We want to make really clear that we're not expecting, we're not wanting to have the major part of the budget that we've got set aside for the ResJ to be used for the facilitator, because we'd like to do other things with it, like survey or have work with other people or whatever we might come up with as the ResJ gets going. So we're trying to keep this within bounds of to still having the budget to do the work of the ResJ.
Okay. Well, I've got a couple questions. Could I ask them? So thank you for the explanation, which was much more illuminating than, unfortunately, the staff report was. I was interested in, from what I understand, I haven't seen a website from Lisa, and I was hoping that we could have seen her resume and kind of a list of clients and what she's kind of accomplished. I thought that would have been helpful. And there was somebody that I had thought we might have considered, but maybe you guys did and he wasn't available or didn't meet the need, and that's Lorenzo Jones, who's a Black man who ran a business in Fairfax for a number of years and does facilitation and similar work, and has been working with San Rafael in these areas. So I was wondering if that was considered, but
Barbara, Lorenzo was offered up, but when I looked at his qualifications, he didn't have a DEI background.
Okay, well, good to know. Well, thank you for that. The other thing that I find, so I looked at the proposal, which was pretty slim, and I see in the staff report that the hourly rate is $425. I talked to friends of mine that are in this field, and because it seemed very high to me. I mean, I'm a consultant, different kind of work, but have decades of experience in my work, and I don't charge that. And that doesn't mean anything, but I talked to a couple folks who do have experience doing this kind of work and hiring out this kind of work, and said 200 to 225 is more in the ballpark, and typically the prep work is not at that rate. The facilitation is at the higher rate. But I added up the hours in the proposal, and I went to the highest end, and it added up to me to 319 hours at $425 an hour would be more than $135,000. Now I asked Garrett this, I mean, I'm looking at her proposal, 21 to 25 hours, October through February, which says to me that's for each month. Is that correct? Or is that for all those months together? Perhaps I added it and then.
I think I was interpreting it as being all of them together, but this is exactly the point that we're at right now. We've received this proposal. We haven't even gotten back to her yet. So.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm just saying, I want to just register my concern that 425 an hour is quite high. I'm not sure, I mean, the proposal is so slim, I'm not sure I really get it, but, you know, I added it up and perhaps I was totally wrong in misinterpreting what that added up to. But I think we need to have, even if we have an interim agreement, we need to have some agreement on, I realize you want to be flexible because you don't know, but I think we have to be a little more prudent than what this looks like. And I think it would be good eventually, if this is the person we go through, to put her resume on the website so that people would understand you know, what kind of work she's done in this area. And usually consultants have a list of clients that they've accomplished things with. I think that would give people more comfort, you know, just as we're trying to be really transparent about who's on the ResJ, who are we hiring to assist. So I thank you guys for doing all your research. And unfortunately, the staff report to me just was, I think, Garrett trying to put together what he could, so I didn't realize how much work had been done.
Yeah,
Thank
it's kind of an interim situation. Yeah.
And I realize the rate is, it looked high to me as well. And I've been told by people close in the space that 500 is the going rate, which is like, I mean, it looked high to me too, Barbara, but those that are in the space, probably due to the demand right now, is that's what I was told.
Well, okay, I talked to a friend of mine who's been running a business for public participation and does hire facilitators. She's a white woman, so she has turned down this kind of work because she said, I cannot be effective. But she has hired people of color to do this kind of facilitation. She's in the Bay Area. She's been doing this kind of work for years. She said 225 is a high end.
Okay,
Now, maybe
you need to have a DEI expert.
No, I realized that, and that's what she's hired. Then I also checked with Liz Darby at the county because she's hired out folks, and she thought that was on the high end too. Now, it may be that, like you're saying, there's so much demand that people are commanding higher rates, but just kind of scary to me that we'd be going at that. And I do think one thing to think about is, even if that's the kind of rate we have to pay for the facilitation part, I think some of the prep work should not be at that kind of rate. Usually there's kind of two scales for some of the prep. So I would leave it to you guys to talk more about that and talk to Garrett about that. Thank you for all your research.
Can I ask a question? Because when I saw the item, it's just to receive an update on the selection. Is there a process that we agreed upon, Garrett and Stephanie and Bruce, in terms of, who is the hirer when we're talking about this kind of money? Because this is quite a chunk of money. So are we leaving it to two council members who are the appointees to the committee, or is it coming to us? I wasn't sure where to step in and not step in. So maybe we can clarify that for the public as well, because it is a lot of money.
The contract itself will come to the council in November. That's what the staff report was trying to address, because there's so many moving parts, things are moving quick. So we'll have a separate agreement to allow the facilitator to work with the ResJ for its first meeting. There'll be preparation, there'll be work they'll have to get done. After that, my hope is be able to work out a more refined scope of work and a not to exceed amount. And that contract will come to the council in November, because whatever that contract amount is, say it's like 40,000, that's going to be more than my authority of the 25. So that will come to the council. Initially, when we saw this playing out, or at least my thought was, when you appointed two council members to the committee, that they would be the ones that work to try to find the facilitator, which they've done, and they've explained what they did. Ultimately, thought pattern is that contractual amount would probably be higher than, at least in my mind, be higher than 25, and that will require council approval. So in November, you'll actually have a more refined proposal and cost estimate for the services. That's our hope. The facilitator wasn't available, so I will get her resume and stuff. We could put that online. We can attach that to the agreement too, so the council could see that in November.
Okay. It's just the reason I'm asking, if it begins and the meeting is scheduled for the 26th, then we need to have her in place, and she needs to know before in order to prepare. And it's at $425, or I thought it said $35 an hour when we start, then we're pretty locked in. And if it means reducing hours, then that doesn't accomplish the job. Then I'm just a little uncomfortable with the process, I'll be honest.
Well,
there's no question they're you know, how they're working and the hard work put in already, but it is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but I guess in my experience, just because we pay something for one meeting doesn't mean when we come back to the contract, it wouldn't necessarily be something different. You're never locked into something until you actually approve it. Now, the scenario does exist that is her rate. If you want her, that's maybe what you have to pay. But again, what we're trying to figure out is more specific, refined of how long you're going to need her. You need her in the beginning. You may not need a facilitator forever, just how it all breaks out. And that's what we hope to bring to the council in November, that clarity, so you see exactly what you're getting, what you're paying. And at that point, if the council doesn't believe it's worth it, I guess that would cause problems from a timing perspective. But that is your prerogative. And our goal is to make sure, and I'm sure working with Vice Mayor Ackerman and Councilmember Holman, is to put together a proposal we believe to be reasonable for the services we need. Could be a little high, but it may be necessary just to get us where we need to get.
Well, I would say that my reaction to the price here was similarly. I thought it was high, and like Barbara said, I've worked as a consultant as well, and I have not gotten $4.25 an hour. But I guess I would say, to cut to the chase, that as we talk with this person and then try to work through this contract, that I think we would probably want to push back a bit on that and say, look, this will be helpful actually to report from this meeting that, look, there's really some concern here that we want to be able to stay with this process and accomplish what we want to accomplish with the ResJ, and at that rate, that could be a limiting factor. And so, in my experience, if you're seeing a longer term job, that sometimes means that the rate is a little more reasonable, because you know that job is going to last a while. It's also in my experience that different people get different amounts done in an hour. And so what an hour means to one person and what an hour means to another person can be very different. And sometimes when you pay more, you actually get more.
Okay, can I interrupt? I'm sorry, but I'm seeing the public start to raise hands, and then we can come back and do the discussion once we hear from people.
I think so.
Okay. Michelle, can you
Yes, Madam Mayor.
send the public to us?
Yes. We have two hands raised, Richard Applebaum and Valerie Hood. So Richard, you're on.
Thank you. I don't have, as most of us don't have, a lot of experience about what consultant fees are for someone with a DEI certification, but I have to say that I was definitely taken aback when I saw a multiplier of 300 plus hours. So I'm really confused. So if ResJ is a committee that's going to meet once a month, normally maybe there's an extra meeting or two. We're talking about what, 12 or 14 meetings a year. I don't know how long they go, an hour or two. I mean, I'm getting multipliers like 25 hours, 30 hours. I don't know how you get to 300 hours. Just absolutely absurd. So in my own, I've also done consulting. I have many friends that have done consulting, dealt with high-priced attorneys and law firms. So I'm familiar with all kinds of rates of fees and things that go up to 1,000 an hour. And so, I'm very excited that you had two really exciting candidates, that you're very excited about this person, feel that she's highly qualified. Maybe there's a role to bring the other gentleman in from time to time and add his contribution. But the order of magnitude of what you're all talking about just sounds absolutely bizarre. And it's not making sense. I don't understand it. And so how do you get to 300 hours of service? I'm not getting that part of it. So I'm excited for facilitator. I think it's important. I'm excited that you all have a qualified candidate or two or three. I'm happy this is moving forwards. I want to see this be effective, and it's a very important committee and it's important work. And if the top person has to do hourly, they can't bid on it for a year. It's just a set fee. That's what I'm going to charge to be available to the town of Fairfax in this committee at a set rate, and it has to be an hourly. Okay. And if this is the best talent there is, and this truly is the going rate, sound a little high to my ear as well, but okay, let's even say it is. Please just explain to me how we're at over 300 hours. That's the part I'm not getting at all.
That's not the number that we had calculated at all. So that's something that, we've got, that's something Barbara just said, and that was a different number. So this negotiation hasn't begun yet. We've got this piece of paper. We haven't heard back from her since, so we need to talk this through. So that's my answer to that. We don't know what it is. If it's 300 hours, then yeah, it's probably beyond our price range. Yeah, we can't do it. We need
It's a miscalculation going on. But let's hear from more members of the public and come back and see if we can sort this out. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next is Valerie Hood. You're unmuted.
Okay, thanks. I didn't plan on staying up till 1 o'clock, but you probably didn't either. I think bizarre is probably the best word to describe this whole thing. I'm wondering if anybody ever went to the one Black community that we actually have of very many people in Marin City, for instance, to find out if you have any sources there. I can't even believe that you're proposing anything over $100 an hour, considering this economy, just the whole thing. I think it's ridiculous. And I just want to tell you that when I saw this in the staff report today, I sent it out to my list of 450 people in Fairfax. I got 83 comments. They pretty much, it was all WTF. That's what I got back. So just to let you know, they're all asking me if I can let them know what you guys came to a conclusion about. And I promise you I will let them know. So I really hope you're not going to go there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Veronica Goretz. You're unmuted.
Good morning. I just want to thank Vice Mayor Ackerman and Councilmember Hellman for interviewing the facilitators and taking the time to really have the filters that you did to emphasize the DEI component. So grateful that you're guiding that search, guided it, and that you interviewed such qualified candidates as Lisa Jimenez and Jamir Reynolds. Love Lisa's qualifications and am excited about the potential of having her facilitate us, and certainly agree with the concern of realizing that we have allocated 100,000 already to our committee and just wonder if we spend all of that on the facilitator, which I know, Stephanie, you spoke to maybe last month of intending not to be doing that too. I think it would be very helpful to retain some of that money for community events, for education and outreach through the committee, and just have that hope that we'll be able to maybe negotiate with Lisa a different price. But I want her to certainly feel valued because her work is so important. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Veronica. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Yes, we have Joe McGarry. You're unmuted.
I'll just be real quick here. I think the math is off. I've got 72 hours as the cumulative number. I think it's 21 to 25 hours for the total of months, October through February, which comes out to about 5 hours a meeting. not 21 to 25 hours per meeting. So I think that's where the math went wrong. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
And 72 hours would come out around 30,000 total. So that's more in the ballpark of what we were thinking when we received this, that it wasn't that crazy.
Can you just calculate that in per hour? I'm afraid I don't have my numbers in front of me. I'm so sorry.
So I calculated it looking at it so when I first did it, I thought that it was that many hours per month. So when you look at it saying, and what her chart says is estimated time per month. It doesn't say collectively. So her chart gave me the wrong impression. If you assume where she has 21 to 25 hours, October through February, and you say that's 25 hours. However, that may not be the case because she has this other stuff in there. Community input, engagement, agenda prep, agenda co-planning, meeting facilitation, post-meeting follow-up. I'm not sure. And her chart says estimated time per month. So if you assume that October to February is only a total at the high end of 25, and then you look at February through September, and you assume that's just all together, that's 21 hours. Then she has a consultation with no hours written that says as needed, so we don't know what that number is. And then the next is equity practices retreat, 14 hours, and then 12 hours for learning lab. If you add 25, 21, 14, and 12, that adds up to 72. If the idea is if those months clump together, and then there's an unknown for the as needed consultation. So if you add up 72 hours times 425 an hour, it's 30,600. If that is the correct way to view the chart.
It is.
Okay. But there is that unknown with the as needed part as well.
Right.
So that's what we were thinking. We'll, of course, verify that that is the right way to interpret this, and we'll talk more about the details. And Garrett is probably going to lead that process, but that's why we didn't think this was, completely off the scale. 30,000 seems like a reasonable figure if you've got a facilitator who's going to do a really good job with this important committee over a period of time. But it remains to be seen. It's really uncomfortable having to talk about this when we're so early in the process. We got one piece of paper. That's all. It's the beginning of a conversation.
Well, it would have been nice if we'd gotten more than one piece of paper.
Well,
that's what we'll
either way, we have a task at hand. And what is it that we need to accomplish right now in order to move forward? I don't hear that we're ready to approve any kind of a contract because we don't have one. So what would you need from us in order for the meeting on the 26th of October to happen in a way that we don't have to backpedal and blunder?
Well, actually, from a staff perspective, other than, in November, we'll come back to you with your agreement. We don't, assuming you're fine with the selection and assuming that there's going to be some costs here involved that we're still working out, we don't really need any direction. This was more to let you know, here's a path that's being recommended. Here's a cost. I get the costs. Contract will come back to you to November at your November meeting, but there's really no action now unless you're going to say that's way too much, use somebody else. But I don't think that's what you're saying. You as a collective you.
Forgive me for not having my staff report in front of me, but can you define DEI?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay. And that is a specific certification?
I don't know the answer to that.
I believe it is.
I couldn't find anything. I looked to see if there was a certification.
Right.
But Stephanie may know.
I guess my question, I'm asking this because I know that Jameer Reynolds, I understand they have very different skill sets, but someone was asking if we had gone to Marin City and really worked with someone who may be more local, who may be able to help fill this role without it being potentially a 400 and whatever dollar, per hour enterprise. So I know that we do have a candidate. I don't know what he would charge, but I'm just wondering if there may be other candidates. And I understand that you've already done a lot of groundwork, but given this, is it prudent for us to continue looking?
No, Renee, I would appreciate you honoring the hard work that I've spent the last couple of months on. We have a local candidate who's fully qualified, and we're ready to move forward. And we'll negotiate down the rate. We'll do what we have to do.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we say move forward with Lisa Jimenez? And I'm assuming you would do some retroactive thing to pay her for October 26th. Is that correct?
Actually, what we would do is we'd have a contract with her just for October 26th in the prep, and then you'd have a contract that would probably either be amended or whatever that will go to the council in November. So we'll need to have some level of agreement with her, a contractual agreement. What that looks like in November, whether we amend that one, bring that to council or whatever, that remains to be seen. But there possibly exists of two different contracts.
Well, I would suggest that, and Renee, I know I was the one that raised all these questions, but I would suggest we move forward with Lisa Jimenez. And Garrett brings us the contract. Stephanie said they will talk to her about the rate, and maybe there's a break on the rate where when she's doing prep, it's a different level than facilitation, which is generally more a higher level kind of work. But I think any contract that we do always has termination provisions. And I think as they move forward with this group, and if they find it doesn't appear to be the best fit, you could be searching out other people, or like Bruce said at one point, maybe you bring in Jameer for something specific. And so I think I feel like we appointed the Res J about a month ago, and maybe not 2 months ago. Maybe I've lost myself in translation. But why don't we move forward so they can get started on the work? And if they feel that as it's working, it's not working that well, then they could say we need to look for somebody else, or bring in an expert on one thing different. Does that make sense to you guys?
It does to me, and all due respect, I was not doubting anyone's judgment. It was appropriate, I believe, as a representative of people who don't have much to look at, including myself, at what we're deciding, to ask those hard questions. No disrespect for the hard work done. And I'm sure your choice is fabulous. I don't have anything to base it on, but I had to ask the question. So no disrespect meant to either of you and the hard work done. Please.
I hope the choice is fabulous. And I hope that the numbers that we're talking about are correct. We'll find out. But yeah, as I say, this is something that normally you have more of a conversation before you even say, okay, yes, you've got the job, but we've just this rolling along very quickly, and it's still pretty early. And unfortunately, as everyone has pointed out, we don't have much time. So we have to, I hope this works out.
Yeah, it's never a good position to negotiate from, but serious sticker shock.
Yeah.
All right, can we wrap this up? It's 1:11.
Okay.
Welcome to the Fairfax Council.
So, yeah, we'll be adjourning the meeting tonight in memory of Robert Bernard Keating and Rosemary K. Lang. And all of our condolences and hearts go to their families. And that's it for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you. We will see you next time. Stay well. Thanks.
Yeah.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you.